We are about to go outside and hang out with the ducks and the chickens. And as you can see, we're bundled up because up here in northern Canada, it is really, really cold. I just want to get some coffee going because it's cold. So we're going to go hang out with the ducks, the goats, the rabbits, the chickens. Today is the last day for the piggies. We're loading them up in the trailer today, and it is going to be butcher day tomorrow. So we're going to have to say bye to our piggies soon, but it's been a fun, good adventure. The main thing with the pigs, I got the pigs intentionally as seasonal pigs for meat, knowing that we didn't want to winter another animal this year unless we knew if they were going to be a good fit for our homestead. And I've really enjoyed the pigs. They've been a blast. They've really done a good job clearing out the forest. And yeah, the tractor bros and Rifty, how you doing? We're about to go outside where it's super cold, hence why we're all bundled up. We got the wood stove going. It's about 7 degrees. It's like 42 degrees, 40 degrees outside. It is cold. So we're just heating up a quick coffee, and then we're going to go outside. We're going to go hang out with the ducks, the goats, the chickens, the rabbits. Maybe we'll go say hi to the pigs. The pigs are a little bit more, I don't want to say agitated, but I think they know something's going down. We're loading them in the trailer today, and then tomorrow's butcher day. So we spent the week just getting them used to the trailer. We had just walking them in and out and putting the food in there and just getting them used to it. And it's so sad that winter is so soon. I know up here in northern Canada, we had some snow 2 days ago. Just a light dusting, but enough to stick around for a little bit. It's been a cold week, but it's supposed to warm back up. This time of year gets a little iffy up here. I think that's probably warm enough for my coffee. Got the kettle going. But yeah, this time of year, we will get some snow. And so I've already got all my hay bales ready for the winter for the animals. I haven't put them out in the field yet. I want to wait until it's a little bit closer. Wait till we get freezing temperatures. What a lot of people do for their hay for their animals is they'll use like a little carousel. It's like a little circular containment unit, and you'll put your hay in there, and that way the animals can't spread it around the yard. You're in South Canada. I'm in the far north up towards Hudson's Bay, Rifty. And so people will put their hay bales inside of a carousel, and that way the animals can pick at it without making a mess, spreading it around. You don't want to set it out too early before freezing because it can start to rot. You definitely don't want it rotting, so I've got mine covered up with a tarp right now. But probably end of October. Usually we, up here in Canada, we've got snow staying on the ground come the end of October. Derico, how you doing, buddy? We were out foraging for some mushrooms today. It's good mushroom weather. Good enough coffee for me. Let's go take a walk outside and go hang out with the ducks and the goats and everyone. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Saturday. My wife and kids are out for the day. I'm at home. I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago almost. I think we're on day 12. I had the staples removed yesterday. And so I'm still not supposed to be driving around. So I'm going to hang out at home. Problem was yesterday. So I'm not supposed to really be driving around right now, but I had to get the staples removed. But we're like an hour away from the hospital. And so having to drive into town and then wait in the lobby and wait for them to do their stuff and then drive back, it wore me out, man. I was tired for the rest of the day. So I spent the day yesterday just chilling. Today we're feeling better. So we're gonna move around. We gotta untie Lily. My wife and kids just left, so Lily's chained up, so she doesn't. She's chained up so she doesn't run away, but she can come with us. Yeah, things are going well. I have a appointment with the surgeon next Friday, and we'll see where I'm at. I'm getting some more X-rays and imaging done on my spine, and we'll go from there. Let's go hang out with some ducks, maybe some chickens, goats. I don't even know where the goats are. The goats are out in the yard. That's where the goats are. The goats have been impossible to keep in the fenced area lately, and I have no idea why. They just keep getting out. Come here, goats! Come on, goats! Oh boy! I dropped you guys. I dropped you. I almost caught you, and then I fully dropped you. Let's get some of that mud off of here. Anyway, give me 1 second. Let me just close the door. Goats! We'll see if they come. Let's go hang out with some ducks. And Rares, Pruna, how you doing? How you guys doing? Let's sneak around the fencing, go see the ducks. Hey, duckies. Maybe we'll let the chickens out too. I think it's time to let the chickens out. Ugh. I'm up here in northern Canada. We are up in northern Canada. We got some ducks. Let's let the chickens out. Come on out, chickens. Let the chickens out of their enclosure. Hey, guys. Oh. It's rainy here. Has it been raining there? It's been wet. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They know what time it is. Jeez. Is that all of them? Oh, there's still one in there. Still one in there. I was going to say, that looked like one too few. Yeah, they were ready to come out, that's for sure. No eggs. We've been getting about 6 or 7 eggs a day out of them, which is fantastic. Just waiting for some of the consistency. The eggs are kind of not really consistent right now. Okay. Yes. Here is the whole flock. Everyone's coming out to say hello. Oh, even Lily wants to come say hi. There's my dog. Hi, Lil. Don't torture the chickens, okay? Be nice. So yeah, we've got a whole little party out here. Let's spin you guys around and we'll stare at the animals for a second while I chat. Oh, there's a goat. One of the goats is like, yo, what you guys up to? What's the commotion? Hey, Oreo. And Lily's over there. Morgan says, dog wants to smoke some hoo-hoo with me. No. Me dog and my dog both don't need to smoke any moo-ha. No, we were out picking some pig's ear mushrooms, also known as violet chanterelles this morning. I didn't know this, so let's spin around again. So I've got a ton of lobster mushrooms on the property. This I've known, I knew that last year. What I didn't know I had was some violet chanterelles. I've been hoping to have some normal chanterelles on the property. I've been keeping my eyes open. I've been looking. Haven't found any. I'd like to think they're there somewhere, but it's 156 acres. It's a lot of property, a lot of bush to explore. But I've been finding in my cedar area a ton of violet chanterelles. And the violet chanterelles, they're in the same chanterelle family, and they're really good. Super tasty mushroom. They're considered a choice edible, just like the normal chanterelle. So I'm pretty stoked that we have them on the property. So found some last week and I just went out and found some again. Is that coffee? You bet. None other than some black coffee. It's so cold out here. If we're talking Fahrenheit, it's probably around 40, 42. It's pretty chilly out here. So warm coffee, warm jacket. We're out here staying warm. We've got a trailer parked over by the pigs. We've been spending the week just working with the pigs, getting them to walk into the trailer. The only time they've ever been in a trailer is when I picked them up. And so, Derico, oh yes, Horntail. It's 11:51 a.m. here. It's almost noon. But yeah, we've got the pigs getting ready to go into a trailer. We're gonna try to get them in today. If we can get them all in today, there's one that's stubborn. So we've been getting 3 of them in, no problem. We're trying to get the last one in. Once all 4 can go in, then we're gonna close them up in there and bring them to the butcher tomorrow morning. 1 hour behind you. Yeah, I usually try to keep the chickens in their enclosure until noon. They tend to lay their most eggs in the morning. And so we're getting about 6-7 eggs a day off of them right now. There's 14 hens. So we'll see if we get that up to 9 or 10 eggs, but I'm pretty happy with that. It's a good amount. The kids love it. My second oldest son, every morning at like 6 in the morning, he gets up out of bed, puts his clothes on, comes running out here looking for eggs. It's a lot of fun. Bruno, how you doing, Bruno? We're just out here hanging out with the poultry, hanging out with all of our ducks and our chickens and our, well, the goats, well, the cow. There's a cow. Cow's over there. But the ducks over here. Charlie, welcome back to the chat, Charlie. So we're going to be losing the pigs tomorrow. And then I think another few weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks, we're getting 2 more cows. So it's pretty eventful out here on the homestead. Now my poor wife, I'm still for another, I've still got 4 more weeks of taking it easy. No bending, lifting, or twisting. I feel good, so it's hard not to overdo it. It's hard not to do stuff, but still a few more weeks. TH Outdoors, how you doing? And Derek says, gonna have a lot of pork after tomorrow. Yeah, so it's gonna take about 10 days for the pig to be ready. By the time they butcher it, and then they're gonna pack it, freeze it, and smoke a bunch of it, it'll be about 10 days. So we'll have those in another week or so. Have I ever done a pig roast? I haven't, although what we're talking about doing is next year we plan to get a couple sows and a boar for breeding them. Not the same type of pig. So these are Yorkshires. We're going to do Berkshire Tamworths. They have more hair on them. They're better for the winter. And so we're going to do them. And then what I'm thinking is when we have the Berkshire Yorkshires and we're breeding 2 sows, what we'll do is we'll sell off as many pigs as we can as piglets, and then have pigs spoken for full size, and any surplus we have, we'll do some pig roasts. I'd rather do the pig roast when the pigs are more like 70, 80, maybe to 100 pounds. My guys here are about 300 pounds. So it's a lot harder to manage a pig roast with a 300-pound pig than with like a 100-pound piglet. So that's kind of the plan. That's kind of the plan. Sell off as many as we can, and any surplus, we'll probably keep 2 for ourselves, 1 for my parents, 1 for my in-laws. But I mean, if you're having litters of 10 to 20 pigs per go, you're gonna have surplus. So that's when we can start looking at doing pig roasts. And Music 25 says, hey Bobby, how you doing? Not sure who Bobby is, but how you doing, Music? We're just out here on the farm chilling with the fowl. We've got all the ducks over here. My dog's coming to scare them. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Lily, don't chase. I know, everything in her says I want to chase a chicken, but I don't want her chasing chickens. When she was a puppy, when Lily was just a puppy, like we're talking 3-4 months old, we had ducks, and we found her out here. She didn't kill it, but she had one by the neck, and she was swinging it around, playing with it, and it survived, thankfully. But we had to work with her for a while, because when she was a puppy, she would chase them, she'd catch them, and she'd play with them. And she didn't know that playing can kill them. And Music says, it's a good day for your company. Good day for my company. How are you doing, Music? Derico says, I guess I never thought about it, but wonder how they get the ham in the shape of a ham. I imagine it is cut out of a round portion. Is it? My understanding is a ham, like a honey ham, is actually a big roast, and then it's put in like a type of sack, and it's hung. You'll glaze it, and then you'll hang it over top of your smoker, and you'll smoke it that way. And because it's in a mesh sack, that's how it gets that mesh pattern. And it's because it's smoked over a long period of time, over like 3-4 days, it ends up getting that hard outer crust. That's just from the smoking process. What I wanted to do, hey, Lily, they do not enjoy the, Lily, he's not having, hey, he's not having fun, Lily, he is not enjoying that. Lily, that's enough, sit. Apologize to the camera. You're scaring everyone. The ducks do not like that. Go play with the cow. The cow loves to play. Go play with the cow. Don't play with the ducks. We're just fearful for their lives. That was not fun for anyone. No, maybe you, just you. I know, you're a good girl. You weren't actually eating any, but still, a chicken went into the duck house for safety. Or yeah, it's inside there. It flew inside. Holy man. Milano Italiano, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Lily! 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 She's not actually getting them, but I don't want her to get them. Lily! Lily! They're not having fun. He didn't like that, Lily. Lily! 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 The duck doesn't like that. What are you doing? I'm gonna have to get her out of here before she hurts one. Lily, go play with the goats. Lily, Lily, there's a reason he's hiding behind a tree. That's not fun. Sheesh. Lily, Lily, come here. Lily, sit. Sit. Remind yourself, you are not a murderer. Hey, sit. Stay. Stay. You're not a murderer. Sit. Sit. She's like, no, but I want to eat a chicken. It's a duck. Don't eat the duck. Lily, Lily, be nice. He's not happy. Lily, be nice. Go say sorry. Lily, don't chase. Good girl. That's a good girl. Yeah, Lily wants to play, but like the ducks are terrified of her. Lily! 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 Lily, sit. Sit. Okay, that's enough chasing ducks. That's enough. And Derek says, best ham I ever had is one we bought from an Amish country spiral ham. Delicious, and I'm not crazy about ham. I prefer turkey. And Milano says, I've been watching your stream for about 2 weeks. How is your health? Or I have not been watching your stream. Milano, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I had the staples removed from my back yesterday. Never a fun process. Never a fun process. But I had the staples removed yesterday. I feel really good. And that's the scary thing. That's the dangerous thing. The surgery went super well. For those of you who are just kind of watching, don't know what we're talking about, I had spinal surgery less than 2 weeks ago, about 12 days ago. And the surgery went super well. I feel better than I did before the surgery. Still, what's happening with me is as I walk, my right leg is falling asleep. And so there's still some swelling, still some pinched nerve. But I'm able to walk like 4 or 5 kilometers at a time. It's just after about, I don't know, maybe 500 yards or so, my leg starts to fall asleep. And the other day I went for a walk, like when I went to the hospital, I got the staples removed. And I decided to leave, my wife and kids went to grab lunch. And so I decided to go for a walk when I was done my appointment. So I left the hospital, I walked about 2 kilometers before they picked me up. But probably 500 yards in, it was a really weird sensation because I stopped being able to feel my leg, but I still have muscle control, but I stopped being able to feel it. And I could just hear my foot flapping on the sidewalk. So every time my foot hit, I knew I was taking a step, but I had to be careful because I didn't want, to miss a step and fall. My surgeon says I can't overdo it by walking. So we're going to do lots of walking, but yeah, spinal surgery. It's a weird thing, but it went really well. I feel really good. And so cheers to that. And Jericho says, when I had my knees replaced, they didn't use staples. They used glue to glue the skin back together. I think there are some stitches on the inside that dissolve over time. Yeah, so I think internally they will use dissolvable stitches sometimes, depending on what they're doing. Mine, the scar is ugly. The scar is really ugly because they basically just grabbed my meat and stapled it. So I think what they tend to do is on an area where you have a little more fat tissue, a little more to grab onto, they will stitch it. Often they'll use dissolvable stitches, but I think with my back, because I had lost a bunch of weight, plus like before having the surgery, before my back blew out, I was working out lots. And then when my back blew out, I lost a bunch of weight. And so I'm pretty lean right now, and I don't think there was much to grab onto. So they literally just squeezed her together and stapled her, and it's a gnarly scar. It's a gnarly scar, but it is what it is. I've had staples on other surgeries in the past. What I don't like, I mean, it's just grit your teeth and bear it. It's whatever. But when they need to pull the staples, there's no numbing, there's no nothing. They just use a tool and they pull them. I had about, I don't know, a dozen staples in my back. And so, you know, the first like 5 or 6 or whatever, but then you know, and you're anticipating, you know they're about to pull another, you know there's another, you know there's another. And so the cringing starts to get a little more as you go. But I've had like 9 surgeries, only one on my back, but I've had like 9 surgeries before. I think I've had 6 surgeries here at this hospital. And so the nurses, it's a small town, you know, there's virtually no people. And so they all know me. We tend to get along very well, so I can joke with them. And it honestly, it makes it less clinical and more enjoyable. So it is what it is. I have a good time about it. You know, it's not a fun process, but I'm not complaining. I'm just glad that the surgery went way better than I could have expected it. Abby, how you doing, Abby? Long time no see. So when I was preparing for the spinal surgery, they were telling me that I was going to be basically bedridden for 6 weeks, that the goal was to be able to get up and be up and moving for a half hour at a time after 6 weeks. I can be up for like 3-4 hours at a time right now. I'm feeling really good. And like I was live streaming 2 days after the surgery. I was walking 4 or 5 kilometers about 5 days after the surgery. The surgeon did a fantastic job. And I think, again, the surgeon told me that I can't overdo it by walking as long as I don't trip and fall. And so, you know, walking multiple kilometers, I feel good about it. I feel really happy that I'm not bedridden. Obviously, I need to take it easy. I've been doing some work around the farm, and I shouldn't be. I feel it every once in a while. I'm trying to keep the ducks in view because the ducks are adorable. But yeah, we're feeling really good. So kudos to the spinal surgeons. And Constance says, hi there, first time here. How you doing, Constance? Welcome to the homestead. For everyone who's new here, I have a 156-acre homestead. We've got ducks, we've got chickens, we've got goats over there hanging out by the house. Got cow over there. I've got pigs in the forest, although the pigs are getting eaten soon. Yeah, it's off-grid peninsula. So we got the lake over there. I've got my farm fields over there. The lake wraps all the way around the property, comes back out the other side. 156-acre property. This is my little piece of paradise. I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago, so I've been taking it a little more easy. Often on these live streams, we'll be doing some sort of project, whether we're working on fencing or barns or just building something. We'll be out here doing something, cutting firewood, whatever. I got to take it a little more easy right now. I'm not allowed to bend, lift, or twist. They're saying 6 weeks. I'm feeling like it should be sooner than that, but we'll see. I see the surgeon next week. And Derek says, getting feeling back in your leg, it comes and goes. So the fact that I get feeling in my leg at all is a really good sign. But when I start using it, like right now, it's starting to fall asleep on me. If I keep going for another, you know, for the duration of the live stream, as we keep going, my leg is going to fall asleep. I can use it though. My leg's been dead to me for like 8 weeks now, so I'm used to it. I can move it around enough. It's just like walking on a sleeping leg. You know, that tingling, burny sensation. Nerve damage, gotta love it. But I'm hopeful that we're gonna make a full recovery from the nerve damage, because it does go away sometimes. When I sleep or lie down for an hour, the nerve damage goes, like the sensation goes away. So I'm feeling good. I've been doing lots of mushroom foraging. I just posted a new update on a mushroom called the pig's ear or violet chanterelle. It's a type of chanterelle, choice edible mushroom. Really tasty. I went and harvested some more today with my boys. My boys are super helpful when it comes to foraging mushrooms. I can't bend over and pick them up myself because spinal surgery. So I take the boys with me and we all go out looking for them. And when any of us find them, I just send them out and they go get them. So it's been a lot of fun. And Abby, I see you there. How are you doing? How's school going? How's everything going? And Constance says, I had my left knee replaced 2 years ago and ready for my right knee. No fun at all. And Milano says, so you're buying a donkey soon? We're gonna get one in the spring. I'm currently trying to source them. I might have to travel very far down to the United States of America to go get one, but we're trying to source some closer to home. It's tricky, it's tricky. So a female donkey, a Jenny, will have a baby it's a 12-month gestation period. So they're pregnant for 12 months and then they got to take care of the baby for about 6 months before they're ready to go. So it's a year and a half. So they're very expensive and they're hard to find because it takes so long. And like a dog, they only are fertile a couple times a year. Up here, nobody wants to breed them in the winter. So if you breed them in the winter, you're gonna have a baby in the winter 12 months later, and your baby could die because it gets so dang cold up here. And so you're only looking at one chance a year to get one. And so we had someone lined up. We were gonna buy a donkey off them, whether it was a boy or girl, didn't matter. We were gonna buy their donkey and they had the vet come check on it. Turns out their donkey did not successfully get pregnant. And so you gotta wait a whole nother year to try again. It's insane. So we will try that. We're going to find someone else who's got a bunch of donkeys and we'll go from there. And Stephen from Paulo and Layla, how you doing, buddy? I'm feeling pretty good, surprisingly good. I still got a long recovery ahead of me. I'm still no lifting, bending, twisting. I've tried to push it a couple times and I feel it, but I feel really good. Guys, go check out Apollo and Layla's YouTube channel. 45-ish thousand subscribers, fantastic channel. It's Stephen with his 2 dogs, Apollo and Layla, and featuring some of his other pets like his chickens and Tucker, his other dog. Really good channel. They're out here live streaming all the time, usually daytime, right around now to in a couple hours from now. Really good vibes, really good channel. Every once in a while, for whatever reason, we get some drama on this channel. I have never seen drama on Apollo and Layla's YouTube channel. I don't know what happens, that drama happens here, but they've got really good vibes over there. People are super, super kind, super chill, really good community. So guys, make sure to go check them out. I appreciate them and I appreciate all of you guys. But yeah, we're just out here hanging out, chilling with the ducks and the goats and everyone. We're just taking it easy, It's a gray, cold, cloudy day up here. It's about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It was flurries, light snow the other day. We got a couple more days of this cold weather. We've been burning a lot of wood, and then we've got a couple weeks of warm weather again. So usually the snow doesn't start to hit the ground and stay up here until end of October, but we usually do get the odd flurry this time of year. Oh boy, it's getting a little windy. Almost lost you guys. And guys, don't forget to double tap the screen to give the channel a like. The more thumbs up we get, the more people get drawn into the YouTube channel because of algorithm. Milano says, will it rain there? Ground's pretty wet right now. It was raining overnight. It's cloudy. It might mist on us. I don't know if we're gonna get any rain or not today. I tend not to look at the forecast because it lies a lot and it makes me sad. So we're just going to stay out here with the ducks and everyone and chill. And Derico says, there is a blood moon this weekend. Constance says, I grew up on a homestead. I'm 70 now, and I wish I could go back to that. Constance, that's fantastic. Do you have any tips or advice for a young homesteader? We are really focusing on sustainability, and so we're breeding all of our animals. We've been hatching our own eggs, you know, breeding our goats, our cows. This year I did pigs. Just seasonal, some Yorkshires for meat. Thing is, up here in the far north in Canada, our winters get nasty, like super cold. We're talking minus 45, minus 49 Fahrenheit. Like it's nasty cold out here in the winter. And so the animals all need heat. They need heated water dishes. You got to keep paths shoveled, got to insulate everything. And I didn't want to take on another animal such as pigs for year round unless I knew if I liked them. The Yorkshire pigs I got are bred specifically for meat. They cannot survive our winters. It is too cold up here. They need a heated barn. I live off grid, And so trying to heat all these structures and everything draws a ton of power. I got my generator running like every second day. Up here in northern Canada in the winter, we have so little sunlight. It is dark most of the day. And so, yeah, I didn't want to commit to pigs unless I knew if I really liked them. And I think they're a fantastic animal. I got along really well with them. It took me about 10 days to train them to the electric fence, which was 10 days of a ton of work. Because every time they'd break out, I'd have to go find them in the forest and draw them back in, or find them, get them out from under the house. The pigs were trouble at first, but once the pigs learnt their area and they learned to respect the electric fence, we've never had a problem since then. Ernie's Cabin says, hello everyone, good to see you out there. Glad everything went well. Thank you, Ernie. Guys, also go check out Ernie's YouTube channel. Ernie has some super wholesome content. It's got a really good rustic feel to it. Just a man out there living the grind out in the middle of nowhere. Good vibes. Go check it out. And Blue says, why do people live up there? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. It gives you thick skin. It's hard to live up here. We got about 6 months of the year of winter. It's super cold. It's cold right now. But it's peaceful. It's really peaceful. There's no people. That's why I hang out with you guys. It's super chill up here. It's accessible. It's affordable. I've got a 156 acre peninsula on the water. You can't get that in a populated area without, being a multimillionaire. Like, look at the lake behind the house. So that's why people live up here, is because you can get access to this for a very affordable price. When you live in the middle of nowhere like this, very few regulations and rules. So when you want to just build stuff, you want to build a little cabin for your ducks, you just build a cabin for your ducks. There's no permits, there's no policies. You just do it. So that's the trade-off. Having access, I've got about 30 acres of fields here, and then 120 acres of forest. It is hard to get that. All private land. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. Hi, Abby. I see you there. I've said hi a couple times, my friend. Derico says, when his back is better, he promised to take me fishing. We will get back out on the lake. The year is not over. We will get some fishing in. We got goats hanging out by our scrap wood. Hi, goats. How you guys doing? You guys want to come say hi? Let's go get the goats. We got some more ducks hanging out over here. Let's go get some goats. And Darlene in Georgia, hi guys, I see you there. Georgia, are you still on vacation? Are you out in Asia? And Chess Player says, I love my wife, Jeanette. Thank you for telling us that you love Jeanette. I love you. I love you, Chess Player. See, now the love is going around to everyone. Goats, do you want to come in? I have the goats just kind of free-ranging the yard right now, but if they want to come in the fenced area, come on, goats. Come say hi. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, puppies. Come on, horn pups. Oh, hello, Mimi. Hello. These are my horn dogs. Not the kind of horn dog you guys are thinking, but these goats are really like puppies. The goats are fantastic. They just want to come say hi. Super chill, super relaxed. Come here, goats. They probably want me to get them treats, but I don't feel like getting them treats just yet. Come on over, Elsa. Come on over. This is Evie. Let me give you guys, for those who are new, let's give you a little bit of a head count on all the goats. And Georgia says it's 12:14 Sunday now. And Derico says they still jumping over the gate door. Yeah, so what I did over here is I raised the gate because I was getting frustrated by them jumping over it. So I raised it. It's a little crooked. I got to straighten it out a little bit, but spinal surgery. I'll do that when I'm feeling better. So I just ran a board underneath, raised it up there. Still somehow they're getting, oh, I know where they're getting out. They're getting out in this little corner. I got to tie some metal wire there. So they're still getting out. It's drizzling a little bit on us. But let me talk to you about the goats. So a couple of these goats are pregnant, and so we should be having some babies in another 2 months. So this girl right here is Mimi. She is our primary milking goat. And then we've got We've got no E. You see, no E. I have children. Let me talk to you guys. Let me spin you around. I have little children, and so the goats tend to get named by the kids, and so we got some crazy names. So we got Mimi, and then we got Noe. Noe was originally named Noel because she was born at Christmas, so the first Noel, you know, Noel. But then kids, so the L got dropped off of Noel, and she became Noe. And then we got Bast right there, little boy Bast, born on the homestead. This guy, that one, Bast. And then we got Elsa. Elsa is the youngest, actually, but she's a full size. She's a Alpine Toggenburg. The rest are miniature to medium-sized goats. She's a full size. So even though she's the youngest, she's as big as these guys. But these guys have like 6 months on her. Right behind, right there, that's Eevee after the Pokemon. And in the corner, we got Maple. Maple, because that's my favorite tree, and I got to name her, so Maple. Maple is half fainter goat, and so she's super skittish. She doesn't actually faint, but she's super skittish. She's really hard to pet. Maple. Maple. Hey, girl. No! Impossible to pet. So that's those goats. We still got some more that are hanging out somewhere else. Let's move my piece of plywood over because I don't want them climbing out through this hole. So let's just move this. Let's just move this sheet of plywood over to try to deter them from getting out there. It's not going to work because they're really smart. They're really smart, and so they can avoid that area. Anyway, then we got a couple goats over there. That is, let me spin you around so I can see the screen. This is Faye and Orion. And so Faye is our full-size goat. Faye is an Alpine Toggenburg. She is also for milk, but she is bred for volume. They have tons of milk, like gallons of milk. And so we're currently milking her. And that's Orion. And Orion is all over her because, well, she's a queen and he's a boy. And he's frisky. And she says, come on, Faye. It's not locked. I opened it. Come on. Come on in, girl. Good girl. They're so smart. Hey. She'll, not on live stream, guys. Keep it PG. PG-13, y'all. Anyway, Constance says, so cute. I love goats. Elsa is a good name for up there as it's frozen half the year. Yes, we also had one named Jack Frost because he was also born in the winter. And, you know, Jack Frost. What happens is when you have surplus males, you generally try to rehouse them. So what we do is we castrate our surplus males, which turns them into a wether. So we castrate them and then we relocate them for people who need companion animals. Because a lot of people will have like a cow or something that, you know, a bull cow, and you got to separate it out for a good portion of the year. But you want it to have a friend. They're less agitated when they have friends. And so we tend to castrate our surplus males and redistribute them to people as companion animals. They make really good pets. I'm a really big fan of the goats. We're hanging out by the ducks again. But my favorite animal on the homestead is the goats. The ducks are cool. I think my wife likes the ducks the most, and they're fantastic. The chickens are awesome because they give us lots of eggs, so they're just awesome for food. The cow is wonderful, but cows are a lot of work. Cows require some intense fencing, a lot of monitoring. I'm gonna give it like this. Having a couple cows is a lot of work. If you have a whole herd, it's less work because cow mentality. One of my neighbors is a cattle farmer, and so they have a bunch of cows. And every once in a while, they'll break out of the fence, and I'll find them down here, and I'll help my neighbor round them up. At least when you have a herd, you can drive the whole herd back in. When you have just one elusive cow, it can be difficult. They can be stubborn. Don't forget the rabbits. We have rabbits. Yes, thank you. The rabbits are mostly my wife's animal. Do you guys want to go see the rabbits? Do we want to? You guys tell me. Do we want to see the? Do we want to hang out more with the ducks, or do we want to go see the rabbits? The rabbits are mostly my wife's animal because I'm allergic to them, and so I can't really handle them. When I'm holding them, my eyes get itchy, my throat gets scratchy, and I break out in hives. But we can still go in their enclosure. I don't have any issue with that. And Constance says cows need hoof care too. Yes, but not as often. Not as often as like a horse. The goats I do every 2 months. The goats I got to do often. I don't have any sheep. We almost got sheep. We were thinking about getting sheep, but we got the goats. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to strike a balance on the animals that provide food for us, whether that be through milk or eggs or meat. And we don't want to take on more than we can chew at a time. And these last 2 years, I've had a total of like 6 surgeries. 2 weeks ago, I had spinal surgery. And so we got to try to, it's tough. We're trying to build everything from scratch. This property, it had just the house, but we put a back half addition onto it there. It's been a ton of work while we've been living here. And trying to navigate that while having surgeries has been a pain in the butt. But so yeah, we are continuing to grow the homestead. I'm not going to say we're never going to have sheep. Right now, we're trying to grow our cattle. We've had a total of 3 cows. We're down to 1 right now because the other went to freezer camp. But we're getting 2 more, and we're going to be breeding them. This one here, Gabby, she's already pregnant, so we're breeding her, and then we're going to be breeding the other 2 next year. So we've got the cows that we're breeding. We got the goats that we're breeding. We've got chickens and ducks. Hey, we got a fresh egg. That egg was not there earlier. We do have 1 fresh chicken egg right there. 1 fresh chicken egg. You know what I need? I need a little grabber. I need a little garbage grabber. So I can scoop that out of there without having to climb in there. I can't get it right now because, you know, back surgery. But I need to get a little grabber tool because I just send the kids in. But it is a chicken house. It's kind of gross. So I send the chickens in, or the chickens in, the kids in. But yeah, I need a little grabber tool. That's next on the to-do list. But yeah, I'm not saying we'll never get sheep. It's probably in the cards that we'll eventually get sheep. We almost had gotten sheep, but instead decided on the goats. We're trying to do 1 at a time. But yeah, we'll see what we get next. Cows in another couple weeks. Hopefully a donkey in the spring, and some pigs for breeding. So sheep probably will not be next year. MK Knife Making, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the chat. I can tell you guys, it is cold out here. It is chilly. Chilly. And so, yeah, that's kind of where we're at with the animals. Let's take a little bit of a walk and go check on the rabbits. Let's go see some of the rabbits. We're not all of them, but we'll go see some of them that are in the colony style enclosure. But yeah, it's despite it being a chilly on-off rainy day, it's nice out here. When it's cold like this, you don't have to deal with bugs, and so it feels nice and fresh. The air is fresh. There's that fresh little chill to the air. Sometimes the bugs, the mosquitoes and the deer flies and the black fly, sometimes they will carry you away. Where are we, guys? Hello. Okay, so we got some rabbits in here, although they just tucked away into their little hutch. So let's close the door behind us because we don't need the goats in here. And we'll see if the rabbits come out to say hi. There's mama's right there. Oh, there's a baby rabbit. There's another baby rabbit. Hi, guys. I just built this little wooden box here with a little plastic box that opens. And that way they can kind of go in. They can stay nice and warm in there, and they can kind of snuggle up. and just have some peace and quiet whenever they want it. Yeah, so we got, I think there's like, how many is this litter? Is this litter like 6 or 7? 7 rabbits? I think there's about 7 of them in there. Again, my wife is mostly in charge of the rabbits just because I'm really allergic to them. And so the rabbits are my wife's baby, not mine. But there they are. This girl here is named Snow, obviously, because she's pure white. And she's got a couple pure white babies here. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys. I don't want to bug you guys. You're not wanting to come and play too much. So I'm going to leave the rabbits, and we'll go see maybe some ducks or something. Maybe we'll go say hi to the pigs. Do we want to go say hi to the pigs? I'm going to put up a little poll here, and we'll give it a minute. Do we want to who to hang with? I'm gonna go with ducks, goats, pigs, or cow. Or I guess, yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, I'm putting up a little poll. Start the poll. You guys tell me. You guys tell me. Who do we want to go hang out with? All the rabbits are slowly coming out and saying hi. Do we want to keep hanging out? I didn't put rabbits in the option, but we're with the rabbits right now. So we can either continue hanging out with the rabbits, or we can go see the pigs, the goats, the cow, the ducks. So far, it's sounding like people want to go see some piggies. And Constance says, "Don't overdo it with your back. Don't worry, I'm not bending over, doing anything crazy. We're just kind of hanging out." And Patil says, "Hey, nice rabbits. Thank you. Welcome back to the chat." Darlene says, "How long do we get to hang with the pigs before they become bacon?" Today is the last day. I have the trailer over with the pigs, and I'm going to get the pigs into the trailer today, bring them to the butcher tomorrow. We've spent the week getting the pigs used to the trailer, and yeah, so far so good. So far so good. So later today, this afternoon, before bed, will be the final kind of get them all into the trailer, close it up, and bring them in the morning. They've got lots of food and hay and stuff in there. They'll be nice and warm. But yeah, tomorrow's the big day for the pigs. Okay. For now, the chat has spoken. We are going to we'll go say hi to the pigs. Okay, guys. Spin you guys around looking at my face. Try to get out of here. And we'll go give you guys a close-up while I try to hold the coffee in the same hand as the camera. Okay. Let's go say hi to some piggies. Trying to think where the goats already got out somewhere. I swear I had some of the goats still in here. Unless they're just in the barn. Okay. Let's close the gates behind us because we don't need the cow getting out. We're not so worried about the goats getting out. We let them out all the time. They're really just like dogs. Lily's over here staring at a squirrel. She wants to eat it. She was successful at catching a... she's eyeing them up. She caught one and she did kill one. She caught herself a squirrel last week. We gotta grab her. That's fine. Let's take a walk down by the lake here and go see the pigs. See what trouble they're getting up to. Hey, knife making, how you doing? Coffee tastes better on a cold day. Let's sneak around to where the pigs are. And maybe we'll go into the forest with them. If the stream freezes on me, just let me know, because when I get in and out of Wi-Fi, sometimes we get some freezing issues. I'm gonna have to start my truck here in a little bit and charge the battery up too. Let's see where the pigs are. So I got the trailer here, ready to pick them up. Just a bird. But hi pigs. Nobody's in there. I'll just... Come here, guys. Piggy. We got to go into them. They don't want to come over here right now. It's a cold day, so they're just kind of chilling, literally. And is it Bustelo coffee? I don't even know what Bustelo is. This is a Yeti mug, an orange custom Yeti mug. But I'm just using like Nestle. I saw a bunch of dust, and I got super concerned. But it was a chicken kicking up the dust. I thought like there was like a fire or something going on out here. But it was just a chicken playing out here. Okay. This is the forest. The animals have done, the pigs have done a fantastic job just cleaning up this section of forest, making it really accessible. That was kind of the goal of raising them in the forest. Here they are, the 4 little piggies. We're gonna go up to them and we're gonna say hello. Oh, okay. Hello, piggies. Hi, guys. You guys are all just snuggling in your little burrow that you made. Nice and chilly in here. I guess not where you guys are. You guys are all just snuggling. And Mahesh Patil says, can we see your head without a cap? Okay, but my hair is getting crazy right now because I've had bedhead all day. But straight up hair. Yeah, my hair is super crazy right now because when we got up this morning, I just threw a toque on because it's so dang cold out here. So I'm working out here with a hat on, and then I just threw this guy on right over top. And so my hair is wild, straight up like a porcupine. Like a porcupine, I tells you what. I love that the chickens like hanging out with the pigs. And you know what? The pigs, like, I'm seeing it right here. There's a piece of metal right there. So this property, you know, basically, here, let's spin around so we can see the pigs while I chat about this. Okay, let's get you guys at a good angle. Flip this down. So, see the chickens over there? So some history about this property. Some Americans from Ohio, I think, Ohio, somewhere down there. Some Americans own this property, and they had owned it for 40 years, 50 years. But as they got older, they didn't do anything with the property. So the forest started. There used to be right back here. I'm trying to see how it's kind of a hill behind me. See how the ground right here goes up? There used to be a cabin right there. That used to be the old cabin. And they let that collapse, fall in on itself. It's fully overgrown. You wouldn't even know there's a cabin there. Fully overgrown. The only reason I know there's a cabin there is because we've been pulling metal out of there. And there's some old squared off timbers under the ground. Old cabin there. So the forest has grown from there all the way back through here over the years. And the Exquisitor, how you doing, buddy? And so, as we've been using the pigs to root up the forest here, we're finding all sorts of little trinkets. Like, I don't know what this is from, but like if you look right here, this piece of metal, this metal kind of rail system, some sort of metal bracket. But we're finding all sorts of rebar, hunks of metal like that, all sorts of stuff as the pigs are unearthing the forest. I mean, you can see, like, I can't give you a good comparison right now because we're in the thick of it, but this was all just thick bush. They've been rooting it up, digging it up. The chickens have made their own little dust bath area right there so that they can, chickens like to give themselves dirt baths. So they made their own little dirt bath over there. Let's see. Chicken. And I bet you if I walk around in here, now I'm sure the pigs eat the eggs, but because I let the chickens in here every day, I'm sure we'll find eggs in here if we look hard enough. We'll just find random eggs in here. But yeah, so my plan, my goal, my aspiration with doing year-round pigs, oh boy, over the next 5 to 10 years, what I plan to do, sorry, I'm trying to set the camera up without it falling. Okay, what I plan to do, because we've got 156 acres, about 120 of that is forest. I plan to continue raising our pigs in the forest, but just moving further down and further over and let them just clear out a massive area. When they clear it out like this, it makes it so much nicer for walking and exploring and mushroom foraging and hunting, doing all sorts of activities in the bush. 2, it'll allow me to expand my fields because I can move my fencing back into the bush as it's more open. And then 3, the pigs love it. They can forage for food. They get shelter, their own little piece of privacy. So we're just going to keep expanding the forest area for the pigs, keep moving them down. And that's the goal. That's the goal. And we're going to see what kind of treasures and trinkets like this we're going to continue to pull out of the forest. What I need to do at some point is I need to get a couple drums or totes and start filling them full of scrap metal. Because at some point in time, A, I could just do a scrap metal run for money, or B, what I'd really like to do down the road, one of my kind of goals and aspirations with the YouTube channel, down the road, I would like to do some foraging, some metal foraging. I'd like to do a lot of natural foraging, so making my own coal, and then like charcoal, and then doing charcoal forges, not foraging, but forging. Melt down a bunch of the softer metals and reuse it for different things. I think I enjoy watching that kind of content. We've got one of our young lads, MK Knife Making. He does some knife making stuff, but I want to do it a little bit more traditional. Instead of using gases to melt down the metal, I want to do it all with wood burning and using old ancient techniques to get things up to temperature. And so anyway, that's a goal for down the road. I'd like to make my own arrowheads that way, not stone, but metal. And just, make a bunch of knives, make a bunch of tools, brackets, just whatever I feel like it. Something I'd like to do. And so there's a lot of just random scrap metal around the property hiding to be found. And so collecting it over the years and then utilizing it could be a lot of fun. There is a set of railway tracks a few kilometers from here. And so I do tend to find a lot of railway spikes along the tracks. And so, yeah, no shortage of metal to make cool things with. That's kind of part of the fun. And where do you live? Farmhouse or somewhere else? I've got an off-grid cabin on the lake. We're up here in the far north of Ontario towards Hudson's Bay. We live off-grid on a lake. And so, yeah, my off-grid homestead. I should probably move my body so we can see the little piggies better. They're just having a little snooski. Just having a little nap. But yeah, we got the chickens in the back, the pigs up front, chilling in the forest. We've been finding lots of mushrooms. The problem right now for me is because I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago, I can't bend down. So like this piece of metal that I found here, I can't pick it up. I can't do anything with it. I'll have to wait till my kids are here. When I'm finding mushrooms, I've been bringing my kids with me. So we've been doing lots of foraging. I just posted recently a full guide on how to find, identify, harvest and cook violet chanterelles, which is a choice edible mushroom that I just recently learned is all over my property. So we've been harvesting a lot of that. Grabbed some this morning, fried it up and had it for breakfast. Really good mushroom. So if you're interested, check that out. At some point here, I will make a YouTube short about that video, just to kind of condense the information. But if you want to see the full how to find and check out what it is, it's the pig's ear also known as violet chanterelle. And it's kind of appropriate because the pig's ear mushroom grows in the forest with my pigs. So it's a cool little mushroom. There's no point in trying to look for mushrooms in this area because the pigs would have found them. The pigs would have already ate them. They are fantastic little foragers. Maybe, just maybe, I can take you guys for, here, let's turn the Wi-Fi off because I keep connecting. And let me just click, there we go, get some dirt off my screen. Maybe I'll take you guys for a little walk around the bush here, and we'll go see if we can find any edible mushrooms. There's lots of lobster mushrooms out right now. I can't pick them up right now because, you know, spinal surgery. But we can take a little walk in the forest here and see if we can see anything. We'll let these guys have a nap. The pigs are just sleeping, just having a snuggle snooze. They really are adorable though. These guys here are close. They're between 250 to 300 pounds a piece. So we've got a good 1,000 pounds worth of pig right here. And then we got a chicken having a little dirt bath over there. And pigs are good for finding truffles too. I don't believe I have any truffles in my area. The edible mushrooms that we have up here are chanterelles, violet chanterelles, lobster mushrooms, morels, boletes, and puffballs. We have lots of chaga. We've got hedgehog mushrooms, chicken of the woods, and I think that's mostly all that I know how to identify, but I'm sure there's a lot of mushrooms out there, so I'm sure there's even more that are edible. I also have Amanita muscaria and some destroying angels. Destroying angels, you got to watch out for. Those ones literally can kill you. Super poisonous, but they are out here. And are those pigs alive? Yes, they are. They're just having a sleep. Let me flip you around. They're just having a little snooze. Here they are here, just chilling with the chickens. I don't want to bug them. I don't want to disturb them because they're happy. But yeah, you can see this one over here kind of, he's a little more awake. He's paying attention. And that is a lot of bacon. Yes. But yes, see, there you go. That guy's stirring a little bit. Proof that they're alive. I'm not going to bug them right now, Hunter, just because they're sleeping. So I don't want to touch them and disturb them and wake them up. I'd rather let them stay comfy. We're going to take a little walk here. I'll flip you guys around. We're going to take a little walk just through the woods here. And we're going to see if we can find any edible mushrooms just on the outskirts of this trail, or this area, I should say. It's not. What am I hearing over there? One of the animals let out some sort of squeal. I don't see anything, so I'm sure it's fine. Let's take a little walk this way. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to wake them up right now while they're just chilling. They're so happy right now that I don't want to bug them. We're gonna go into the forest right over here. So my favorite tree is a maple tree. Now they don't grow up here, it's too cold. My second favorite is a cedar tree. We have tons of those on the property. My third favorite, and it's kind of fighting its way up into position 2 or 1, are birch trees. These birch trees are getting, you know, I'm starting to grow a lot of love for birch trees. First off, they grow chaga, which is a type of superfood. It's a fungus that grows on the tree. It's really hard. You dehydrate it, you grind it up, and you add it to your tea. Apparently, it has a lot of health benefits. A lot of mushrooms grow on around birch trees because birch trees have the ability to share nutrients with mycelium. So the roots of birch trees can share nutrients with mushrooms, which is fantastic. And then we also harvest a lot of birch water, also known as birch sap, off of the trees in the spring. And so then we consume that. It is really high in manganese, potassium, iron, vitamin C, and antioxidants. And so birch trees are getting up there, man. I'm really digging birch trees. They're getting up there. They're in position 3, but they're fighting for position 1. Constance says, do you have problems with wolves there in the winter? So because I'm on a peninsula, meaning I got water all the way around my property, only one way in, one way out. In the winter, when the lake is frozen, the wolves can come across the lake. And so we do have a bit of a wolf and coyote problem in the winter months. But come the spring, I kind of get out here. Here's a small growth of chaga right here, guys. This is what chaga looks like. So it's orange. You can kind of see right here. It's orange on the inside, black on the outside. This you harvest and you dehydrate it, and you break it into chunks, and or grind it, but break it into chunks and make some tea with it. And apparently it's got a ton of health benefits. Chaga. Here's more on this side of the tree. C-H-A-G-A, chaga. Grows on birch trees specifically. But going back to our wolf problem, the wolves have not been a problem with the animals. Mostly because we're so close to the wolves. We live right with our animals. Got lots of big fencing. Hasn't been an issue. Wolves tend to make a lot of noise. They let you know they're there. And so hasn't been much of an issue. I've caught coyotes on the trail cam. So the coyotes have been really close to the property, like really close to the animals. Foxes are actually our biggest problem. We've lost a few ducks and chickens over the last couple of years to foxes. My closest neighbor, who's a couple miles away, they've lost a lot of ducks to foxes. They have a hard time fighting with the foxes. Thankfully over here we have a less of an issue. Again, peninsula, so we're a little more protected. But yeah, usually what I do is come the spring before the ice melts, I get out here with my rifle and I go for a walk and I let off some pew-pews, and that usually chases all the wolves and coyotes away. That's usually enough to scare them. And so usually we're okay. So here's some lobster mushrooms that I already picked, but they were too soggy, and so I threw them back. But this is what they look like. They are vibrant orange red. But you got to get them when they're nice and firm, not when they are soft and squishy. So when they are nice and firm and the inside of them is white, a slight orange tinge is okay, but not brown. The problem with them is that they grow really low to the surface, and they like the shrubbery, they like the leaf cover. And so they tend to sit and get wet easy. So they decompose very fast. Basically, once they're just starting to poke up out of the surface of the ground, that's when it's time to harvest them. If you find them when they're already sticking up, it's too late. They're soft and squishy. Have you thought of raising turkeys? I'm sure it'll eventually happen, but I want to do turkeys when the kids are older. I have 5 sons, and my sons are 8, 6, 4, 2, and 0. And turkeys, I hear, particularly males, apparently females are good, but male turkeys can get a little more territorial. This is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. And so you can get a little bit of chasing, a little bit of fighting with turkeys. And so while my kids are really little, I don't want them to have a negative experience with an animal. And so we'll probably get turkeys when the boys are old enough to kind of smack back, if that makes sense. I don't need my 2-year-old being traumatized by our turkey. But, you know, it's another fantastic meat source, turkeys. So I'm sure it'll eventually be an animal on the homestead. I like to think of our homestead as Noah's Ark, because we're breeding everything. It's a little bit of, I got a live trap right there in case the fox comes back. But it's a little bit of everything here. like I said, right now we're breeding the cows, goats, ducks, chickens, rabbits. The pigs, we're just doing seasonal this year, but next year we'll breed them. And then we're going to start hopefully with a female donkey, a Jenny. Get used to raising them because apparently jacks, the male donkeys, can be a bit of a handful. And so we'll start with the female. Then maybe we'll get a male and start breeding donkeys. We're going to start breeding pigs next year. A little bit of everything. We're trying to breed a little bit of everything. And so turkeys are probably on the agenda at some point. Turkeys and sheep, we'll probably do both of them at some point. But as of right now, I mean, I'm happy with these little guys. Chickens. We let the chickens pretty well free range out here. They know to come back every night. But there's a risk with doing it. A, you'll lose some eggs to the chickens just being in the forest. Eggs that they lay that you just never find. B, there is a predator risk with the foxes. Now, we don't clip our chickens' wings so they can fly. So hopefully they can get away. We haven't lost any chickens. We've had them all year, haven't lost any. But it's still a possibility by letting them be free ranging like this. Ernie says, is hay hard to get in your area? Let me show you our hay bales. I also got to come over here and start my truck. My Energizer fried itself for the solar panels. And so I disconnected it and I haven't bothered replacing it because this is the last day for the pigs. So I had my truck running and I had the battery just charging off of that. But I got to restart my truck so I don't kill my truck battery. But I'm up here with hay. Let me try to, it's windy, sorry guys. The problem here with hay is that generally you only get about 2 cuts in a year. And then if you're lucky, you'll get a 3rd cut, but the 3rd cut's not very good quality. And so, here's the thing, Ernie. There's a lot of land up here. And so there's a lot of people who do hay. I don't do my own fields because I only got about 30 acres. I don't find it's worth it. Right now, I've been letting the animals graze off about 10 acres of that. I think next year I'll mow down the last 20 acres and let fresh stuff grow. But here's my hay pile. I'm going to take you for a little walk to my hay pile. I bought, it was about $1,000 worth of hay for 16. $1,000 for 16 bales of hay. These guys are about 5 feet by 5 feet. I don't know how that compares to the market anywhere else, but I'll show you. I'll show you my hay pile. I've got it under a tarp right now. My little skid steer over there did a fantastic job of lifting them and moving them. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. And Mrs. Army says, hello, how are you feeling after your surgery? I'm feeling pretty good. I had the staples removed from my back yesterday. That's never fun. That doesn't feel great. But I feel good. I feel really good. So let me stand over here. So these are the bales. Here's the bales here, you know, coming up to my head. And so I've got 16 bales of hay here. Now, here's what I did. Let's just kind of hide away from the wind and set you guys up. Why is it so windy today, guys? Holy man, it's cold and windy. I think if we hide over here, it's not too bad. It's not terrible. Try to get you guys to stand up. It's gonna fall. I'm trying to figure out a good position for the tripod. There we go. So, yeah, it was like $60 a thing. It's from the guy who I'm buying my cows from. And so I don't know if he's just jacking up the price on the cows. I'll probably be looking at about $2,500 to $3,000 per heifer. There'll be about 600 pounds. So like $5.50-ish a pound. So I don't know. I feel like cattle pricing has gone through the roof. You used to be able to get a cow, a yearling heifer for like $900. Now it's closer to $3,000 post-COVID. It's insane. It's insane. But yes, and no ego, I see you there. Hello. And Milano says, I sold 11 rabbits today. Good for you. And sorry, I'm catching up with you guys. Milano says, when I connect solar panels to my home, do I have to buy batteries with them, or do they come with their own battery? You need to buy your own batteries. So the way a solar setup works is the batteries are what hold the power. And so your house or whatever device is going to be running off of the battery. The solar panel is just recharging the battery and keeping up with your energy use. But you need a battery. So you're going to have a solar panel run to a charge controller, which is going to convert the power from the solar to the battery's power. Then you're going to run to the battery, and then off the battery, you're going to have an energy converter to run. If you're running your house off of 12-volt power, that's fine. Some people will do that. But more often, you're running off of 120 volts because that's what your accessories are going to use. Your washer, your dryer, your everything. Your hair dryer, your phones, everything's running off of 120 volt. And so then it'll go from the battery to that converter, which is going to convert the power over. And then often you're going to run a generator as well, so that when the battery gets below a certain point and the solar panels aren't working, the generator will come on and recharge the batteries. I've got a full setup. But if you're using 12-volt power, so like my electric fences, for example, or you're just recharging car batteries, solar panel, energizer, battery. That's it. And then, or charge controller. And then if you want the solar fence energizer, whatever accessory. But yeah, you do need a battery. You do need a battery because you need something to hold the power and send it out. Oren Noble says, good morning this morning. Good morning, good sir. And Alaska Critter Cam had joined the chat saying, just stopping by. Nice hat. Glad to see you are up and moving well. Thank you. For those who are just here, double click the screen to give me this guy. Touch the screen twice, or if you're on a computer, give a thumbs up. It's going to help other people find us. And for those who are wondering why I'm getting some good wishes in the chat, I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago. And so, yeah, it went well. We're up and moving around, and we're feeling pretty dang good. So kudos to my surgeon for not messing up. There was kind of like a couple options here. One, we were going to have the spinal surgery and there's going to be a complication, and then we need multiple surgeries. So far, so good. Two, my problems weren't going to go away and I was still going to be messed up. I feel good. And then three, surgery was going to go well, and it did. Zolfi, welcome back. How you doing, buddy? We are kind of just hanging out by hay bales right now because we were talking some hay. But let's move somewhere else. Let's carry on, my wayward son. There will be peace when we are done. Do. I think if I'm off key, then I can't get a copyright strike, so I think we're good. Coffee in the morning, guys. It's fantastic. It is fantastic. I don't know where my goats went. I lost my goats. They might be in the barn. Let's go check. And Zolfi says, you were looking like a bullfighter. I'm not feeling like one, you know, spinal surgery and such. But here's a couple more of our rabbits that we didn't show off earlier. These guys are in the cages because Fluffy over here is pregnant. And so we find we have the highest success rate with births in the hutches because it's a safer environment all around. And this is our boy, our breeder, Simba over here, graduated to breeder rabbit. And so we got to keep the boy separate from the rest because, you know, we don't need uncontrolled breeding. We like to be in control of the breeding. And how is your back wound now? My back is, it's feeling good. I had the staples removed yesterday. So I'm a little tender just because it's pretty barbaric. But I had about a dozen staples in my back. And so they have a tool that they come in and they just pull them out. There's no numbing cream. There's no freezing. There's no painkillers ahead of time. Yeah, here are the goats. Are you all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? That's all of you. No, where's Oreo? We're missing one goat. She might be out with the cow though. Everyone's just kind of chilling in here except Oreo. Big Daddy Orion is sleeping with Faye and Elsa. We are missing one goat. Faye, so Oreo used to be the queen. She used to be like the #1 position goat. And then I got Faye, who's a full-size goat. And so goats tend to do a lot of headbutting and fighting to establish dominance. Faye's the oldest and biggest. She's a full-size goat. So Oreo kind of got bullied a little bit. I don't want to say bullied, but she got knocked off her high horse. And so she tends to go hang out elsewhere when everyone's in the barn. She'll come sleep in the barn with the cow because the cow keeps her safe. The cow will come lie down and Oreo will sneak in with the cow and cuddle the cow. And she hangs out with all the other goats, but Faye will actually push her out of the barn. And so she just goes, hangs out elsewhere. Not sure where she is right now, but got some goats over there. Maple and Evie came, we got them from the same farmer at the same time. They're not the same type of goat. They are Nigerian, they're both Nigerian dwarf, but one is mixed with fainter goat and one is mixed with Nubian goat. So they're only half siblings, but they like to hang out together. That's why I wasn't planning on getting 2 when I got her, but goats are my favorite animal. We're gonna hang out a little closer into the barn just to stay out of the wind. So this is what I use. It's come along with a chain to hoist the goats in the air to trim their hooves. That way I don't have to bend over. Before I blew my back out and needed spinal surgery, I was trying to make my life easier and do a lot less bending over. That's why I bought the skid steer. That's why I was using this to winch them in the air so I'm not bending over. Didn't help. I mean, it will help, but I still blew my back out. But whatever. Alaska Critter Cam says, sorry, let me keep up with the chat. Ernie said, do people around there grow oats you can get for feed? A lot of people import it in. So guys will import, there's some feed suppliers, they'll import full trailers of food in, and I just buy off of them. Most people up here where I am, because it's too short of a growing season, just do hay. Where I am, there's no corn, there's no oats, nothing like that. Just, so people import it in and you just got to pay a little extra for it. And Alaska Critter Camp says, I posted another links from yesterday evening. It's one of my favorites to get footage of. If you guys are interested in a really high quality trail cam footage, check out Alaska Critter Cam's YouTube channel. Alaska Critter Cam has some fantastic shots. Apparently there's a fantastic shot of a lynx. She's got lots of moose footage. Go check them out. And Milano says, do rabbit cages have any kind of containers underneath them that contain waste, or do you have to clean them out every so often? The hutch that I have, we built it and we have to clean it. There is no catch. I do have some metal ones with metal bases, but I really only use that for transporting rabbits. Those ones have a catch underneath them. And Zolfi says, good, nice to know your good recovery. Thank you. Christopher says, what kind of back surgery did you have? I had a discectomy. So they cut out, so between all your vertebrae, there's a disc, a soft tissue disc, and that allows your vertebrae to articulate. 13 years ago, I injured mine playing hockey. It's been giving me problems for 13 years. The last 5 years, it's gotten really bad. The last 6 months, it has been herniated for the last 6 months. And about a month ago, I guess we're at about 7 weeks ago, the disc kind of ruptured and it cut off my L4 or my L5 nerve, and I lost feeling in my right leg completely. And so because of that, they had to get in there and cut that disc out. So they removed about 20%, were able to realign it, get it back in position. And yeah, I'm on kind of light duty, no lifting, bending, twisting for 6 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. I'm feeling really good, but that's what they had to do. And Johnny555 in the chat says, hey, how's it going? I love seeing verified YouTubers in the chat. Johnny, tell us a little bit about your channel. I love seeing that check mark. Guys, for those of you who don't know, when you see a YouTuber in the live stream and they've got that check mark, it means that they are verified because they either have 100,000 subscribers or are a known personality. So whether they've appeared on TV before or something along those lines. I love seeing it. Tim Neal says, hi, you said minus 49 degrees. Can you use this? Can you use thick, dry adobe walled barns with earth ceilings to keep the animals warm? So what we do is up here, we close off, we tarp off this wall of the barn, and all of the big animals, they sleep in here. And so the goats and the cows, they sleep in here. We're gonna have 3 cows. Right now I'm down to 1. We're normally around 3, but you know, the freezers are full. And so normally we got 3 cows in here. And so the 3 cows keep all of the goats warm. And then the chickens and the ducks are in insulated, heated buildings. The tough thing is I live off grid. And so my generator runs all winter because up here in Northern Canada, we don't have enough solar. The sun is just, you know, we get like 8-9 hours a day of sunlight. The rest is dark. So can't rely on solar to keep up with our winter. And so the generator is running constantly. Yeah, it's tricky. Now, can I make earth sealing domes and structures? Absolutely. That is definitely a old school technique. Building earth berm and clay structures for the animals. What I do for my dog is her doghouse. I line straw bales up the sides and around the front and over the top, and so and leave her one little access, and that keeps her nice and warm. Does the wooden wall cause problems in the summer? No, I got lots of airflow in here, like everything's nice and dry. No issues there. And you don't have electric. I run extension cords from my house solar. I'm off grid, right? So I'm using most of my power off the generator. I'm not connected to an electric line. I've just got the solar panels, and even then I don't have enough. But I've just got the solar panels and the generator. I tend to be good for about, in the summer, about 3 days in between running the generator. And in the winter, it's running every second day. The tough thing in the summer is, well, I got to convince my kids, myself too, to use the outhouse more in the summer, because what we draw, I would say what we draw the most electricity from is probably the toilets. Just running water, the well pump. Flushing toilets and washing hands. There's 7 of us in our house, me, my wife, and our 5 boys. So between running laundry and flushing toilets, we go through a ton of power. And then I've got like 4 deep freezers. I have 4 freezers for all the meat. That draws a ton of power. In the winter, that doesn't draw almost any. But in the winter, we have heated water dishes and heat pads for all of our enclosures. Yeah, Paul, no electricity, only generator and solar. So no, we're off grid, fully off grid out here. It is pretty wild. And Alaska Critter Cabin said, anytime something doesn't heal in 6 months to a year, it might be time to look for surgery. Yeah, I knew I was going to need back surgery at some point. I was just trying to hold off as long as I could. I was trying to do things to try to strengthen my body and take less strain on my body, hoping to push it off. But, you know, I did the damage. One of the problems I did was I love snowboarding and doing extreme sports. I grew up doing lots of tricks, hitting all the jumps and the rails and doing flips and just being a goofball, you know, backflipping off the trampoline and off of cliffs. And I just grew up doing crazy stuff all the time, playing hockey. I actually used to figure skate as well when I was young, before I had my first leg surgeries. But I used to do a lot of athletic sports, you know, on the high school track and field team and all that. And then when I was a little older, I was around 22, maybe 21, 22, when I blew out my back playing hockey. And ever since then, it's been getting worse and worse. And then I started resorting on using muscle relaxers. When I would take muscle relaxers, the pain in my back would go away. So I'd still go to the ski hill with the kids. I'd still do all the jumps, the tabletops, the rails. I'd still do everything. I'd do cliff drops, like 20-foot cliff drops with the boys. I would do crazy stuff. I wouldn't take painkillers, but I'd take muscle relaxers. Needless to say, I blew my back out. Bad idea. You know, if your body's telling you don't do something, maybe don't just take pills to get through it to do it. because then you need spinal surgery. But all that being said, I feel really good. 2 weeks post-op and I'm feeling fairly good. We have been live streaming for an hour and a half. I was expecting to be bedridden all the time. So yeah, I feel really good. Did you regain your foot numbness after the surgery? It comes and goes. So I'm hopeful that I'm going to make a recovery with my leg. Before the surgery, we got to a point where my leg was only falling asleep from the knee down. It was asleep all the time though, whether I was awake or sleeping, it was just dead because that nerve was being pinched. My surgeon wasn't sure that I would regain the feeling in my leg. He thought that we could have done permanent damage based on how long it had been squished and how bad it was squished. That being said, when I sleep and I rest, I get full feeling back in my leg. I feel fine. I feel fantastic. 10 out of 10. What tends to happen is as I walk around and move lots, from the hip down goes fully numb. So we're not better yet, but we are getting there. The fact that the numbness goes away at all is a really good sign. I hear my dog barking, just make sure no one's coming down the driveway. Nope. So the fact that the feeling comes back at all in the leg is a really good sign. I'm hopeful that with more time and healing, I'll be able to regain full use of the leg. Right now, it's only partially numb. That's a good sign. Try to set you guys up like so. We got 2 goats in the background. Evie and Maple snuggling. And Milano says, do you have TikTok and Instagram channels? No, I focus on YouTube. So I do have a TikTok. I actually started on TikTok. I started on TikTok just making some videos before we even had the homestead. But then all the craziness happened with TikTok. I'm up here in Canada and there's no real way to monetize TikTok. Whereas YouTube, we're partnered. We're already making money on YouTube. On TikTok, there's no partner program for Canadians, for Canada. It's only in America. And then there's all the issues with TikTok, whether or not it's going to get disbanded or who knows. We got a chicken hanging out with us. And so I gave up on my TikTok. I have it. I haven't posted on it though in like a year. I'm only focusing on YouTube, hanging out with you guys here. Instagram, I have an Instagram, but I've never used it. So just YouTube, just here. I know it feels like maybe I'm missing an opportunity, like I should be double dipping or triple dipping, but we found the most success and enjoyment hanging out on here. I don't want to split my time. I'm very busy. I work a full-time job. I've got 5 sons, my wife, all the animals. And so when I can live stream and post videos on here, that's what I focus on. But yeah, we're just, so busy. This is not a main income or anything. This is just for fun. I enjoy hanging out with you guys and showing off the animals. And often I'm doing building projects while live streaming. So it just feels more productive. But yeah, we're sitting around 1,830 something subscribers on here, but we've gained like 1,500 of that this year. So the first year when I was trying to figure out YouTube, we've been doing it for about 2 years now. The first year was just trying to figure it out, trying to learn how to do it, figuring out what would work, what wouldn't work. I've had some good success with some of my mushroom guides, my mushroom videos, but the problem up here, I can't be a mushroom YouTuber. I've got winter for 6 months of the year. The mushroom season's like 2 months long, 3 months tops. And so it's something I really enjoy. So I still make content, educational content about mushrooms on this channel. But really we've niched into a live streaming and homesteading channel. That's my lifestyle. That's what we enjoy. That's what we're out here doing. The mushrooms is just an added bonus because it's, an awesome edible thing. So, yeah, the ducks are going crazy. Oh, Lily! Lily! Lily, come here. Come here, Lil. Lil, come here. Come here, Lily. Come on, girl. Come on. Good girl, Lily. Good girl. Stop chasing ducks. She's really enjoying, quote unquote, playing with the ducks. But she enjoys playing with the ducks a lot more than the ducks enjoy being played with. So, yeah. Lily. We are going to, Lily, let's go take a walk and go find Gabby. Gabby's in the back there. Let's go find Gabby. I want to find my cow because I want to see if my other goat is with her. Oreo! Oreo! We're gonna go see the cow. I'm missing one goat. She's either with the cow or like hiding under my house. Lily, Lily, don't chase that chicken. Goats, you guys can stay. I'm just gonna go see Gabby. And Christopher says, is that all your land? Yes. I've got 156 acres. So you'll see the property here. I've got my, where are we? Where are we looking? Way back there somewhere. Way back there's my apple orchard, right there, back there. I built an orchard over there. I'm on the lake here. It's a peninsula, so the water goes all the way around my property. Sorry, it's windy over here. There's only one way in, one way out. I've got about 30 acres of pasture field for the animals to graze. And all this. And then the lake all the way around. And then it's about 120 acres of forest. I have a beautiful beach on the south side of my property. So I cut in a trail to the beach this year. There was no, the only way to get there was by boat. So I cut in a trail. I need to continue widening it, but you know, spinal surgery. It's good. It's a good chance to come for a walk and inspect the fencing. But I don't see my goat over here. So she must be somewhere by the house. I don't see her, but she's got to be somewhere. What animals do you intend to raise in the future? So we're getting 2 more cows next month. We are getting a donkey next year. We're going to get some Berkshire Tamworth pigs in the spring for breeding. So we're going to start breeding pigs. That's all in the immediate future. From there, I plan eventually. So what I've been telling my wife is I want to hold off on getting horses until we build our next house, because horses are just a money pit. They're for fun. We wouldn't be getting work horses, we'd be getting riding horses. And so I want to hold off on getting horses until all of our major expenses are done. But eventually we will get horses. And then I want to get probably some sheep down the road. Probably turkeys when the boys are older. I don't want to do turkeys until my children are much older. Just because I don't want any issues with turkeys attacking the children. Here's Gabby. Let me flip you around. I see I got a section of fence over there that's bent down that I got to look at. Yeah, here's Gabby. I need to move her over to that side of the field. I need to move her over. But for now, hi Gabby. She's just doing her thing, cleaning up the grass over here. But I think it's time to move her to that side. Maybe this afternoon. Weston, welcome back, Weston. And Christopher said, that's a lot of land. I'm from New York. Are you on the east side or west side of Canada? I'm in Ontario, up north towards Hudson's Bay. Ooh, I didn't realize this whole tree was on the fence right here. This whole tree fell over on the fence. I'm gonna have to come in with, this is the tough thing, guys. This is the tough thing. So having a homestead like this, here's my advice to all y'all. Anyone who wants to live this lifestyle and thinks about doing it, try to find yourself a partner who wants to do this with you. Someone who also is passionate about it and wants to do it. You know, my wife does not know how to use a chainsaw, so I don't want her to learn because I don't want her to ever get hurt. She's a little more fearful of power tools. And if you have fear, you lack confidence. If you lack confidence, your chance of getting hurt goes way up. And so I don't want her to get hurt. But if you're trying to do this all on your own and something like this happens where I just had spinal surgery, I can't do most of the chores right now. I can't milk the goats. I can't be hauling food. I shouldn't be in the skid steer at all. I have been, but I shouldn't be. You got to take it really easy. So if you've got someone who's also passionate about it and willing to learn, it's going to make life way easier, because at some point you're going to get sick or you're going to get hurt and things still need to be done. So I'm going to have to get my wife out here with me later. I'll grab the handsaw. We'll cut through this tree. I'll show her how. And then we got to get the skid steer to get this off of the fence. It's fine right now because Gabby isn't going anywhere. But I can't, you know, we're about to, in a couple more weeks, a few more weeks, we're going to get a couple more cows. And we're gonna start them in this field. And so we can't be having things like a tree down on the fence, because that's going to be a weak spot. That's going to be a low spot. They might be tempted to use that to climb over. So we got to be mindful and careful. But all I'm saying is this is a hard lifestyle to do by yourself. A lot easier when you've got a partner to help you. And Taz the Bulldog, Life with a Bulldog, says, looking like you're on the mend. I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. Better every day. We have been live streaming for 101 minutes. Guys, double click that screen. Remember to give me a thumbs up. We're at 37. Let's see if we can get that up to 40. Weston wanted to see the dog. Lily. Hi, Lily. There's Lily. But yeah, we are just out here hanging out with the cow right now, inspecting some of the fencing. My back is doing better every day. I'm a little sore right now. You know, we've been up and standing and moving around on live stream for 101 minutes. So over an hour and a half. Probably at the 2 hour mark is when I'll probably have to call it. So we got about 20 more minutes in us. But yeah, just hanging out with the giant puppy right there. Oh, Lily. It's a little bit windy out here. A little bit windy. On and off rain. A little sputtery out here. It's cold. Isn't that right, Gabby? Gabby's trying to fatten up because she knows winter is coming. Winter is coming, and she's going to be eating dry hay all winter. She's got to eat all the good stuff before then. We have a lot of rose hips on the property. So right back here, this is all raspberries and rose hips. So all of these bushes here are raspberries. And then these smaller ones tucked in here with the red berries, these are actually called rose hips. You harvest them after the first frost, which we got close. We got close the other day. We had some flurries, but I don't think we got frost. You harvest them after the first frost, and you use them in tea. They're rich in amino acids and vitamin C. Rose hips. We got a ton of them. Raspberries and rose hips. The raspberry season's long done, but the rose hips are still in full flight. So we got to keep an eye on that. Next time, if we get some frost, it will be time to harvest them. But yeah, the goal here, I'm going to move Gabby into this back field here, where there's still lots of fresh big grass for her to eat. Maybe not today. I got to fix one wire on the electric fence, but then we'll do it tomorrow. And man, Kieran, welcome back from Turkey. Welcome back to the channel. How you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're just out here in the back field. I was looking for one of my goats. Let's keep walking around this fence because, Gabby, I'm gonna leave you. I wanna find Oreo. I got one goat who's currently MIA. We gotta find her. But I got a section of fence over here that's kind of pulled down that I gotta get a closer look at. Here are some mushrooms. Not edible. This is potentially, without doing a good ID on it. Okay. We got two types of mushrooms right side by side. Do you guys see this? This one here, they're both Amanitas. They're in the family Amanita. This one here is a type of Amanita muscaria, which is a hallucinogenic mushroom. That guy there, the orange one. The one beside it is potentially a destroying angel, which is a fatal. If you eat one mushroom, you will die. So you have a hallucinogenic right beside a potentially fatal one. Just a fun fact. Fun little fact for you. The Amanita muscaria is, I don't, let me preface this by saying, I don't drink or do drugs. I don't consume anything of that style. I haven't had a single drink since 2019. Completely out sober. This section of fence, I need to put a new wire tie in it, but it's not broken. We just gotta get my wife to come out here with some, and pull it up. We gotta straighten it out. Gabby must have been leaning on it. She must have been rubbing on it, but we just gotta straighten that out. Pull that up and straighten it out. Anyway, the Amanita muscaria, oh, let me face you guys. Yeah, we gotta fix that section of fencing. Maybe add one more post in there. It came undone here too. Oh boy, we got some fence maintenance ahead of us. The Amanita muscaria is a hallucinogenic mushroom, but it's a legal hallucinogen because it does not contain any psilocybin. Up here in Canada, psilocybin is illegal. Amanita muscaria is not, because the hallucinogenic compound in it is muscimol, not psilocybin. It's more of an alcohol-like effect, like you're drunk. I've never consumed it. I don't plan on ever consuming it. I just find it interesting to know what's on the property and what's growing. Yeah. And Milano says, do animals eat mushrooms by mistake or recognize them? Because I think it is dangerous for them in front of them. They do eat them. They will eat some mushrooms, not all of them. The pigs, like, here's some mushrooms right here. I don't know if you can see this. This is some boletes by the looks of it. Maybe some scaber boletes. So those are edible. Ooh, they're not all scaber boletes. I think the one on the left is, but the other two are not. Anyway, obviously, like, the pigs will eat them all. Pigs eat all the mushrooms. The other animals, maybe a little more picky, they'll nibble at them. But animals in general have a very good sense of what is and isn't edible. We got a whole bunch of little, whatever these are, orange, yellow mushrooms. 'Tis mushroom season up here in Canada. Let me flip these guys over and show you these guys. So you can see by all these mushrooms, these are boletes for sure. So you can tell by these mushrooms being here that my animals are not eating them. The pigs will. The goats and cow don't seem to care. Yeah, so this right here is a type of bolete. You could tell it's a bolete because the underside has no gills. It's just spongy. And this particular one is a scaber bolete. You can tell by these dark specks growing up it, these scabers. So that is a type of edible mushroom, the scaber bolete. I've got a bunch back here. There's some more. I got a whole bunch of scaber boletes. Now, about 20% of the population is allergic to them. This is a really nice one here. There's a really nice specimen right there. So about 20% of people are allergic to scaber boletes and will get an upset stomach. So if you're ever going to try really any mushroom, wild mushroom for the first time, it's recommended not to eat a whole whack of them the first time. Just eat a small amount. And if you don't react, then eat more the next day. But yeah, you want to kind of space it out just in case you do get upset stomach. Animals generally will just nibble at the mushrooms. They don't generally eat the whole thing. I've seen a lot. Squirrels tend to love the Amanita muscaria. I see a lot of squirrels that eat amanitas, and those squirrels are they go bananas, man. They're drunk running around. Just a fun little fact. Oh, we got to get out of this wind. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab my truck keys. We're gonna start my truck to keep the battery charged for the pigs area. And you want to meet a goat? We can go see a goat. And then we're going to go hang out inside by the fire because it's cold out here. We've been outside for almost 2 hours. I'm cold. Lily, stop chasing ducks, man. Lily, they don't want to get caught. They don't want you chasing them. They don't want you chasing them, girl. Lily, Lily, Lily. Oh, Oreo, I was looking for you. I was looking for you, girl. I didn't know where you were. I was trying to find you. Gabby, everyone's back in the barn. Everyone wants to warm up. Look at this. Look at our little... We got... Oh, boy. We got a chicken in there. 2 chickens. We got the goat, the cow. Everyone is just having a little barn hangout. Anyone who hasn't given the channel a like, I encourage you, double tap that screen or click the like button if you're on desktop for all the animals. Give them all a like. Let's get to 40. We're almost at 40. If there's anyone who has not clicked the like button, please get us to 40 likes for the cow, for the sake of the cow. For Oreo, the lost goat who has returned to the flock. Oreo, I really had no idea where you were. I thought you were under the house or something, but obviously not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 goats. That's the head count. They're all here. All of the goats are with us. Bast, chill out, man. Bast. Relax, buddy. Relax. When the goats are doing this, when they're making that huffing and the puffing and that gurgling noise, that's actually, oh, his wiener came out to say hi. I was about to say, that is their frisky noise. Now, Bast here, he's been castrated, so, you know, he's got no lads in there, but he's still a boy. You can take away my water chestnuts, but you cannot take away my spirit. Bast, yeah, there you go. Big Daddy Orion's like, get out of here. Get out of here. That's what he's saying. Christopher says, feel better, man. I'll subscribe to your channel. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that. Let's go walk towards the house. Oh, boy. Zoomed in. Let's go walk towards the house. We got to grab my truck keys, and we need to start my truck so that I don't kill my truck battery. Right now, I have the electric fence running off of my truck because, like I said, my Energizer died, and I don't feel like trying to fix it because not my Energizer, my charge controller died, but I don't plan on trying to fix it right now because the pigs are going to the butcher tomorrow. So there's no point trying to fix that setup for a day. So I've just been running the battery off of my truck, but I don't need to kill my truck battery, so I need to run my truck. But the problem is, modern trucks, they turn off after like 10 minutes of idling. I want to run it for like an hour, but the dang modern trucks, they won't let you idle them. So let's grab the keys. Close the door to keep the heat in the house. Let's go start the truck. And then we're going to go make another coffee and hang out inside and just chit chat and hang out for a bit. I want the stream to go for at least 2 hours. We are close, but we can keep going until people don't want to hang out anymore. Weston asks, can I meet your wife? Not right now. The reason we're live streaming and not hanging out with her is because she's not here. She took the kids out to a birthday party and out to visit some friends. But I'm still not supposed to be driving around in a vehicle. Spinal surgery, you know. And so she left me behind. So I am not with them right now. But we are just going to, here, 1 second. I'm going to set you guys down. Look at the lake. Look at that beautiful lake. Let me start my truck. And I'll just double check. Let me double check that, yeah, 12.3, 12.4. So that should keep going up. 12.5. That should get up there as the truck idles. So we're going to let that run for a while like that. Okay, let's just take a look at the pigs. Make sure the pigs are all still hanging out. Yep, they're all still lying down there. Okay, let's leave the truck running and let's go in the house. Let's go make more coffee. Let's go warm up. Drives me nuts though. You know, I understand, you know, environment, blah, blah, blah. But bro, it gets so cold up here. It's nice to let your truck idle. And then when you want to use it for something like charging batteries, having to babysit it. There's been a couple times where in the winter, so let me explain something crazy. What happens is the way my solar setup that runs my house is wired is that if the batteries get too low, they will turn off to protect themselves so they won't undercharge. Otherwise, the batteries could do permanent damage. So they got a little system in them, a little computer in the batteries, so that if the batteries get too low, they'll turn the batteries off. But then I can't turn my generator on because my generator is wired to only start when the batteries call for power. So if something happens, let me sit down so I can actually explain this. If something happens that my generator fails to start and then the batteries keep going lower, the batteries will turn off and then I can't start the generator manually. And so I need to get the batteries going again. So what I got to do is, because the batteries are 24 volt, my truck is 12, I need to recharge a couple 12 volt batteries, then wire those to those batteries, get it going, turn it on, blah, blah, blah. There's been a couple nights at 2 or 3 in the morning where this has happened in the middle of winter, where I've had to go out there and just pull the batteries out, run my jumper cables to them, connect, charge one battery, then charge the other, then connect them, But because the truck only idles for like 15 minutes at a time, I got to stay in the truck. I can't just let the truck run charging those batteries for a half hour and then go back out. I got to sit in the truck. So I'll be sitting in the truck for 2-3 hours in the middle of the night, constantly restart it every time it turns off, in order to get those batteries charged enough to jump the whole system. It's a hassle. It's a hassle. Like this right here, I'm recharging this battery off my truck because the solar setup, the Energizer, I think it got wet because I don't have it in a waterproof box. And it's been working since the spring, but it finally seems to have died. It could just be a blown fuse inside of it, but I don't feel like looking at it right now because to tear it apart when I'm going to be taking that electric fence down after tomorrow anyway doesn't make sense to me. So, long story short, I'm recharging it using my truck, but because the truck turns off every 15 minutes, I got to go out there and restart the truck. Otherwise, the battery doesn't charge. It's one of those hassles. So, anyway, does the battery work when exposed to rain? I don't put my batteries in any sort of shelter. I just leave them out. Seems fine. Seems fine. I've used batteries that are buried 2 feet under snow. Probably not the best for them, but they still work. I haven't had an issue. Doesn't mean I do everything the right way. Sometimes I cut corners. I probably should protect the batteries. I just don't. But I probably should, especially nowadays. Batteries are like $200-300 nowadays. The batteries are expensive. The battery that I'm using for my generator is like an $800 battery. The batteries that are running my house are like $1,000 a piece. Those are in an insulated box, but they're like $1,000 a piece. Batteries are crazy. It used to be like $60-70 to buy you a battery. You get like $10 to $15 back on a deposit if you brought the core back. Now it's like I'll run a battery. Sorry, I'm just gonna clean the screen. I will run a battery until it will not hold a charge anymore because they're so expensive. I don't want to replace them. So I do whatever I can to keep that battery going. Let's. How many batteries do you have connected? So for the house, I have 8 batteries run together. They are 200 amp, 24 volt batteries. That gets me 20,000 watts or 20 kilowatts of storage. We tend to go through around 8,000 watts a day. So every 3rd day we run the generator to bring it back up. The solar helps. If I'm home alone, I can run off the batteries for easily a week. but it's when the wife and kids are home and it's all the toilet flushing and the hand washing and extra laundry. We just go through a ton of power. When it's just me, I leave the lights off, I don't turn the fans on, and just one person using the washroom, the batteries will go easy week. And the only thing really doing a steady draw is the automatic water for the animals. So whenever they drink, the well comes on and refills that. The fridge and the freezers, and then just charging your electronics. I do have a propane stove, so that's not using power. I heat the house with wood, so that's not using power. So yeah, mostly it's the well pump drawing power. But yeah, this is my pride and joy in my kitchen. With my bad back, I got tired of constantly bending over trying to put the pots and pans in there. And so I came up with that. I mean, I'm not the first guy to do this, inspiration online, but just building, setting up a couple hanging rack systems to be able to hang all the most used pots and pans makes my life so much easier. And it looks pretty. I like it. I think that's a nice looking setup. I mean, ignore the ice cream pails that are there. That's holding flour. We do a ton of baking, so we buy our flour in like giant bags and then transfer it into smaller containers. So yeah, we're just heating up some water so we can refill our coffee. Then we'll hang out for a little while. And Milano says, since I am a chef, I have to ask you, what is the best food you can cook and be creative with? Well, Milano, I am not a chef. My wife is the chef. My creativity level is that of a university bachelor. I never matured beyond that. One of the dishes my wife makes that I love the most is a stuffed shell using the jumbo shells with ricotta and ground beef. Little bit of like rosemary and pasta sauce. That's a really nice dish. Stuffed shells, fantastic, tastes delicious. I can't go wrong with that. I'm more of a simple guy. I'm more of a go shoot a grouse out of the bush and fry it up with some breadcrumbs. You tell me, what is the best creative dish that you make? If I was more independent, I would be more creative with my cooking. But I have a wonderful wife who's a fantastic cook. And so that's her wheelhouse. One thing I really do enjoy making is beef jerky. Beef jerky. This is from my cow that we raised, bottle fed, raised, and butchered off of this property. But some beef jerky. Can't go wrong with a nice piece of beef jerky. Just cooked with, so dice it nice and thin. I have a kind of commercial meat slicer. So slice it with the meat slicer and then put it, marinate it in Worcestershire sauce, soy sauce. I like to use a little bit of birch syrup. You can use a little bit of honey, but I find honey makes it a little bit too chewy, a little too sticky. Then if you want it spicy, you can use some red pepper flakes. I usually just go with some steak seasoning. What else? Sometimes I will add some Italian herbs. Depends on what I'm feeling like. But yeah, some nice dehydrated jerky. We have a large dehydrator. I like to call it large. Maybe it's not large for some people. But this guy here, dehydrator, it lives in the kitchen because we use it all the time. That guy, that thing gets used so often. A fantastic investment. I use it not only for jerky, but also for like applesauce, making fruit leather, as well as mushrooms. I love dehydrating mushrooms, turning them into edible chips, and then I can eat them on the go whenever I want. Really nice when you dehydrate your mushrooms to then just go and add some back into pasta. And Milano says, well, I am Tunisian. Am I saying that right? So I do an Arabian food like couscous and tagine. Also maybe the spaghetti Napolitano Perfecto. I'm a white city boy and I have a hard time reading some of those cultural foods. I'm over here like, I like eating cattle. Some jerky. I'm going to chew on that like bubble gum. Let's look away from me for a second and let's get some coffee going. I used to do all of my coffee with the French press. And so I'd buy whole beans, I'd grind them up, and then I would then use a French press, do all my coffee that way. Lately, I've been doing instant coffee. It is just so much easier and quicker. And it's a lot easier to control how light or dark I'm making my coffee. I think I normally drink my coffee black. However, my goat milk is like, oh no, I might not have any. No. I'm gonna use some cow's milk. So Mimi, my Nubian goat, we are weaning her off of being milked because she's pregnant. And so we stopped milking her. I'm only milking her like every second day right now. Just to help wean her off. And so I was using that in my coffee because it's really creamy and it's really delicious. I normally drink it black, but I like to cool it down sometimes when it comes off the kettle because it's so hot. I'm going to throw an ice cube in it. But now I'm just doing Fay milk. And Fay is our Alpine Toggenburg. And her milk is not creamy at all. It's probably closer to like a 0% cream. And because of that, it does have a bit of a goaty flavor. And so it's not as good for milk, for just drinking. However, it is fantastic for making cheese. And so we use her milk for cheese. And so I don't have any Mimi milk right now. I only have Fay milk. And I don't know if I want to have my coffee tasting goaty. Almost 2 o'clock. I'm gonna take I gotta take some of my antibiotics. So 1 second, guys, bear with me. From the spinal surgery, I gotta take antibiotics 4 times a day right now. And I should have taken them an hour ago. So bear with me 1 second. Does goat milk contain cholesterol? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see why it would. If normal milk doesn't, I'm going to say goat's milk doesn't either. Goat's milk is basically the same as cow's milk nutritionally, except it's got less lactose. So some people who are lactose intolerant can still drink goat's milk because it doesn't contain as much lactose. Bear with me. So, I'm going to ask you guys, because I don't want to be a weirdo, do you want to see the incision from my spinal surgery? It's not gross because it's healed and I've got a couple bandages on it, but if that's something you guys want to see, I'll show you. If not, I understand, because I'm not the kind of guy that likes to see other people's injuries either. I had a wood fire going all morning. I can feel some of the heat off of it, but it's currently out. I have one of these convection fans right here. So this fan is heat powered. There's no battery in or anything. It's just heat powered. And so this fan will spin around and move some air when it is hot. So these fans, I find it's not like they move a ton of volume of air. What I usually, I'm mostly using the ceiling fans. I got 2 ceiling fans here. These are run in reverse to pull the heat up, and rotate it around. This fan on here, though, the main use for it is to tell me how hot the fire is. Apollo and Layla throwing out the $20. Holy man, thank you. I appreciate that. We've been on a marathon stream here. It is 130 minutes. Apollo, thank you. Steven, for that, guys, I gotta say it again. Go check out Apollo and Layla's channel. He is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. They are sitting in the mid 40,000 subscribers. A fantastic channel. It's pretty well. Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're pretty well daily live streaming every day, sometimes twice a day. It's Stephen with his dogs, Apollo and Layla. Sometimes his dog Tucker. He's got chickens. It's a fantastic channel. It's a great place. I like, so Steven's normally streaming in the middle of the day, similar to how I am right now. I'm normally an evening streamer. And so our streams don't always overlap. On the weekends, I'm able to stream during the middle of the day sometimes. But Steven's saying they stream twice a day, every day. So I'll usually catch his middle of the day stream when I'm at work because I'm working on a computer. It's easy to pull it up. And so it's always a good time. Great folks, really good community. And it's him hanging out with his dogs. He's got a couple other channels. I encourage you guys to go check out some of his other channels as well. Although I think that you should combine some of it or at least do some on both. I'm telling you, even though your buddy Rich might have a potty mouth, I still think the community would be down to watch you guys playing some tennis. Just have a mic on with you, maybe have a third person. I still think that's a good idea. If you had a third person with you, reading the chat, and then in between points, you guys could be, communicating with the chat. I'd be there for it. As someone who used to play competitive tennis, you know what? Here's my tennis story for you, Steven. Because sometimes it's hard on your chat because it's booming and there's so many people having an awesome conversation with you. It's hard to have these conversations. But you won against him today. Good job. How many sets? Like you won one or you won a set against him? So I used to play competitive tennis throughout high school and my first couple years of university, but I got humbled hard. So when I was in high school, my tennis teacher, my tennis coach, he was semi-pro. He used to travel the circuit playing professional tournaments and he'd win. And so he encouraged me and my buddy. We were playing men's doubles lots. I did play the solo circuit as well, but I was playing men's doubles. We were placing in our city that we lived in. So we were coming in top 3 positions every tournament. We were doing really well. We thought we were really good. I did a double date against the #1 seat for the women's out of all the high schools, the top women's doubles, and we smoked them. And so we were very competitive, very good. I had a rocket of a serve. Like we're talking a Federer serve, like hit the ball up, jump and smash it. Beautiful. I thought I was fantastic at tennis. Then when I got out of high school circuit and I moved into the university scene, I played a men's tournament, an uncapped 18+ tournament. I didn't win a single set. Not a single set. I got smoked. I played against my high school coach, and he was telling me how good I was. He was saying like, hey man, you've got a chance at this. There's a potential future in this for you. You're doing really good. You should do these tournaments. He smoked me. Zero. It was love 40 every single time. I couldn't get a single point. He didn't go easy at all. He absolutely annihilated it, and it demoralized me so hard. After I think second year university, I focused more on the gym and quit tennis. I thought I was good, and I got smoked. Absolutely humbled. So anyway, I got to get rid of Lewis here because he's being inappropriate. So Steven said, 2 sets and then a tiebreaker to finish. I never played growing up, but I have been playing for 3 years now and love the sport so much. Have been watching all of the US Open. And Milano, take care. Thanks for hanging out with us. And Steven says, that's so cool. I didn't know you played competitively. I did until I got smoked. I was in a men's league for 2 years. I was paying for lessons as well. Like the tennis club where I was, you could pay to rent a hopper. Have you ever used a hopper? So they've got these things in tennis where you can set it up on one side of the court and you could be playing on the other, and it's just got a hopper of like 100 tennis balls, and it kind of spins back and forth a little bit and just lobs the ball. Think like baseball, like one of the ones where it shoots automatically, but it's for tennis. And so it just lobs the balls at you every 30 seconds or so, 15 seconds. And so you can just be sitting there just practicing, returning. It's a ton of fun. And an AI agent says, are you a cowboy in LA? No, we are in Northern Canada. You know what happens, Stephen? I don't know if you ever get this, but when I am out with the animals, when I'm out in the farm fields, I tend to get no trolls. Like when we're out there hanging out with the animals and we're just having a good time with the ducks and the chickens and the cows and the goats, there's almost no trolls. But the moment I just sit down to hang out and relax, you start getting all these trolls coming in. Everyone loves the hat when I'm with a cow. When I'm by myself, it's pure Brokeback Mountain. Everyone chirps. And Apollo and Layla says, Steven says, I haven't. I thought about getting lessons, but they're crazy expensive near me. I think it was like $150 an hour. Yeah, that's insane. When I was taking lessons, I think it was like 40 bucks an hour, which was manageable. It was fine. And often me and a buddy, we would do lessons together. So it was like 20 bucks a person. And so what would happen is the court pro, the main guy who did the lessons, he'd be on one side and he'd be sending you serves. And you would just be playing basically 2 versus 1. He would serve to you, then serve to him. You'd be practicing returning it. You'd be serving, and he'd be. So it was I think it was like 40 bucks for a half hour, but like split 2 ways, you're doing 20 bucks a person. It was no big deal. And just the ability to rent the hopper and just lob 100 balls was fantastic. Picking them up afterwards was less fun, but yeah, it brings me back. Where I live now, I think there is a tennis court. There's one tennis court, but it's an hour away from where I live. So I don't plan to pick the sport back up anytime soon. I do miss it. It's a lot of fun. Fun fact, when I was in London, England, I went to Wimbledon and I watched the Williams sisters play. It was fantastic. I remember watching professional. And so at the time I was playing lots. And I had a professional racket. Like I had like a $300 tennis racket. And I remember being out there watching the pro circuit at Wimbledon, like top tournament in Europe, and just feeling so excited seeing other players using the same tennis racket as me. It was a lot of fun. And you need a tennis court on your property. You got the space. Maybe one day. I do plan to, you know what I want to do? After I build my next house, so I plan to build the next house in about 3 to 5 years. And so after I build my next house, I would like to build a private gym, a separate building. And I want to build it like a raised, what do you call it? A yurt. I want to build the gym like a yurt. And so a raised yurt. Maybe I don't do a yurt, and maybe I do a full-size gym and I put a tennis court in there. Who knows? Who knows? The nice thing about having the 156-acre property is, I'm off-grid, I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I don't have to take out permits. I can build anything, anytime I want, as long as I, for the most part, do it myself. Now, most of the structures I build myself are not going to be covered in insurance because I'm not getting them done professionally. So without having electrical certifications and stuff, I can't get insurance on them. But because I'm in the middle of nowhere, I don't need to get building permits. So I can build anything. And yes, I'm jealous of Wimbledon. It was a lot of fun. It was a school trip, a high school trip with my tennis coach. And so we went to Europe and it was one of those things where on that day, it was a free day while we were in London. And so we had the choice of going to a museum or going to Wimbledon. And I knew my coach wanted to go to Wimbledon. I mean, he's a professional player. And so they ended up voting what we wanted to do. And so half of us went to Wimbledon with him, and the other half went to the play with his wife. And it was a fantastic group trip. It was a lot of fun. Watching live professional tennis is a lot of fun. It's a really enjoyable sport. It's really fast, a lot of action. It's fun to play. It's also fun to watch. It's a nice sport. And I mean, I guess it's why pickleball's gotten so popular, is because pickleball is tennis, just a little easier. But honestly, it's a sport that anyone can learn, anyone can play, and you don't have to try to kill the other person. So I found tennis was a really good, fun activity to do with friends, because you could just take it easy on them. You didn't have to blast them out of the water, and you still had fun. You still had a good time. It gets you out, it gets you moving. I do recommend tennis. How did I do in tennis? Or how did, Christopher, what do you mean, how did I do? How did I do in the tennis circuit? Please elaborate. I'll answer it as if you're asking, how did I do in the tennis circuit? I was very good in high school, or at least I thought I was very good. Kind of out of the city I lived in. The city I lived in had like 150,000 people. There was like 5 high schools. I was top 3 seat in I think I was 3rd place ranked in the high schools. And then when I got into the adult circuit, I didn't even make rankings. I thought I was good. Dude, the professional tennis players are fantastic. And I meant, how did you start building houses? Okay. So the first house so my background is civil engineering. I graduated from university as a civil engineer. Got my bachelor in civil engineering, and then I worked for an engineering company for 10 years. And so I was a junior engineer for them, focused mostly on highway design, but I had specialized in school through structural engineering. And so I learned how to design houses on the engineering side and architect side. So then when I had my first house, I really got my kind of, well, how do you say it? My toes wet. I put an addition on my first house. So I did everything myself from the ground up. All the wiring, the insulation, the framing, roofing, the whole interior, everything. Did it all. Only electrocuted myself once. And then my next house, did a ton of work in there, reframing, redoing walls, redoing the full exterior of the house. I made my house, what I did was, my last house, I did the outside with engineered wood. And so it looks like wood, except it's like a glue laminated product, so it doesn't have the upkeep that normal wood has. And then I did a stone facade on the outside on every corner. So the house looked like it was stone pillars with engineered wood throughout. I got compliments all the time. People would stop outside my house to take pictures of it. I got complimented all the time. People would knock on my door asking if I did it professionally, because they'd see me out there working on it. And so I didn't. I just did it for fun. This house, I put a full addition on it. I'm not fully done, but the whole house I redid. So this house was just an indoor-outdoor cabin, or it was an uninsulated 3-season cabin. So we stripped the whole house down to the studs, insulated the whole thing, floor to ceiling shelving everywhere. I built this table counter. So this is our table. I'm not done the kitchen because I got to finish the backsplash with this fake brick behind, but redid the whole kitchen. I built this. This is an addition I put off the house. And so raised tub, kitchen. I did all this myself, all the electrical, everything, ground up in here. Don't worry, this is some of the backsplash. My bedroom's not done yet. I still got to do the flooring and the walls, but all of this was an addition off of the house that I built myself. So the problem is, while I've been doing all these building additions and fixing the house, I've also been building the barns and the fencing and buying animals and investing in animals. It has been a busy 2 years. On top of all that, I have had a total of 6 surgeries in the last 2 years. The last one was a year and a half, or the last one, sorry, not a year. The last one was 2 weeks ago. I had spinal surgery. And so, yeah, in the last year and a half, I've had like 6 surgeries while doing all this construction and building. It's been tough, but we keep busy. And then the last 6 months, I've been focusing a lot on YouTube. We've been live streaming with you guys. At least I go for 3 to 5 times a week. I'm trying to hit at least 3 live streams a week. And then on top of that, I've been throwing out YouTube shorts and longs. I just did a long form video about a type of mushroom that's edible. It's a choice edible. It's called the violet chanterelle, also known as the pig's ear mushroom. Fantastic mushroom. I harvested some this morning for breakfast. Really cool mushroom. So on top of all the building, I've also been making content and videos. So it's been busy. And I have 5 sons. I have 5 kids. Life is busy. And then 6 surgeries. Apollo and Layla Steven says, did you play any other sports? So when I was younger, fun fact, I grew up playing hockey and figure skating. And so I figure skated from the time I was 3 years old until I was like 14. And I was actually a very competitive figure skater. I was competing in national competitions and placing. We were training towards the Olympics. And so when I was 14, I was spending the summers out in major city centers, out in like Toronto. I was boarding, I was living with other families, training. There was a good chance I was going to the Olympics. And then I tore the tendons in my leg. I ended up needing 2 leg surgeries. It ended up taking a year and a half to recover. I've got scars on both my ankles. Basically, my tendons were snapping. I was pushing hard. I think I was overdoing it. A little bit of genetics involved there, but a little bit of just going too hard. And so that ended up ending my skating career. I ended up switching after that once I recovered. At that age, when you're getting ready to go to the Olympics, when you lose a year and a half, it's basically over. There's no way you're catching up after that. And so I just switched my focus to hockey, just playing rec league, just playing with like, so in hockey, I assume it's the same in the States, but up here in Canada, you have what's called rec league, which is like your unranked league. It's kind of your for fun league. And then you have your competitive circuit, which is like, your bantam, AA, AAA, university, etc. I just played rec league because after those surgeries, I knew all my skating days, and I wasn't passionate for going pro hockey. And so I played rec league, and I was good because I had a really good skating background. And so I just had a good time with it, played lots. And it's funny, when I blew my back out, it was in university, and I was playing the rec league university hockey. I wasn't even playing on the university team. I was just playing on the fun league, the beer league, and I blew my back out. And so my back injury has been happening ever since I was like 21. But all through high school, track and field, fun league hockey, tennis was a big one for me. Just a lot of different sports. And FFD Tower says, what's with the Woody hat? Well, my friend, we call this a cowboy hat, and we're on a homestead. I've got my cows and stuff in the field behind us. I was outside, but I came in, and I got hat hair, man. I can't be in here live streaming with this kind of hat hair, so we're leaving the hat on, hence the Woody hat. And Compa Ray says, hey, how you doing? 41 likes, thank you. And Apollo Steven says, I like how everything you did, you took seriously and you were trying to achieve in the field. Was that instilled by your parents? I think I've just had a competitive nature. It's just how I grew. It's just in me. It's just in me. My brother, who's my older brother, he was more of your computer kind of, I don't want to call him nerdy, but he was more, playing computer games and getting in on early, early days of torrenting and hacking and doing stuff like that. He was more your stay home guy. We did both grow up snowboarding together. So I also used to do a lot of trick snowboarding. We're talking backflips and rails and all that, all the tabletops, doing all sorts of tricks. So I grew up doing trick snowboarding as well throughout high school. The dangerous part about that is in my heart, I'm still a child and I still like to go. I take my kids to the ski hill and I'll still do tricks off of all the jumps. I think my snowboarding career is over. With this spinal surgery I just had, I think I got to give up snowboarding. I don't have it in me to take it easy. So what I started doing the last couple of years is I was taking muscle relaxers in order to still go out on the hill and still do the jumps and the tricks. I stopped doing flips, but I kept doing, 720s and hitting rails and all the box jumps and tabletops. And every winter every spring we would do this thing where the ski hill would carve out an area, fill it with water, and you would try to jump across the water or skim across the water. I would still do tricks into that and still go crazy. But over time, the muscle relaxers stopped helping. My back kept getting worse, and I just blew my spine out and had to have spinal surgery. So I think I got to retire from snowboarding. But I grew up just loving it, just having fun. But because my brother wasn't competitive in sports, I don't want to say it was necessarily instilled by my parents, because he never played any sports, whereas I was in a lot of sports. So I think it's either in you or it's not. And Christopher says, what hockey team do you like? And do you only have one brother? Only one brother. He's my older brother, 3 years older. And what hockey team do I like? I used to follow hockey all the time. I used to be on all the fantasy leagues when I was in university and stuff. But since I graduated university, I've always lived in the middle of nowhere. There's no bars. There's no TV. I don't even have a TV in the house. So I stopped following. Back when I used to follow hockey, I was a Bruins fan, Boston Bruins. That was my team. And Steven says, that competitive nature is so crucial for success, I think. I like to think in the same way. I think that's what makes us want to do YouTube and make content, and makes us outgoing and have fun socializing with other people. That competitive nature. Having it instilled in you, the fire, for those of you who are watching who don't do YouTube, you're on a number treadmill and you're chasing that success. You're chasing, the subscribers, you're chasing the likes, you're chasing the views, you're chasing making better content. And that's like sports translated into social media. It kind of relates, if that makes sense. And Christopher says, same here. I have a brother 3 years older, and you are a Rangers fan. Right on. Yeah, I stopped watching hockey the year the Golden Knights came in. So the last year that I was able to really watch hockey was when the Golden Knights came in, and even then I wasn't able to watch much, because I remember I was working at a gold mine, and so I was 2 weeks in, 2 weeks out. And you try to catch the sports news on your dinner break. So you would work like a 14-hour shift at the mine, and then you'd all go to the community dining hall, you'd eat, then you'd go to your individual bunks and you'd sleep. You had no internet, you had no TV. There was a TV in the dining hall, so you'd sometimes hang out late, try to watch a hockey game there, but then you're getting up at 5, 6 in the morning the next day to work again, and you're working like a 14-hour shift. So yeah, it was like if you didn't get up at 5 a.m. to catch the shuttle from the mining camp to the dining hall, you missed breakfast. So you had to catch the bus over, you'd eat, then you'd get shuttled out to the mine where you'd actually work, then you get shuttled back to the dining hall to eat, and then you'd get shuttled back to your camp to sleep. So there wasn't a lot of time. If you missed your shuttle, you'd have to wait for the evening shuttle to get back to your bed. So that was kind of the last year I really watched hockey, was the year the Golden Knights came in. And Steven says, not much of a hockey guy, but if Rangers or Devils are in the playoffs, I will watch. I try to pay attention to the news, but I don't watch. And are you a football fan? I used to be a football fan, but I never had a favorite team. It was the same thing. I was playing fantasy football, so I had favorite players. Because me and the boys, we would do a draft. Everyone would put $20 in. Whoever won at the end of the year would win the pool. They'd win the prize. So I used to pay a lot of attention to hockey and football through university, because I was in a lot of teams. And so when you're invested, when you got some money in and you're paying attention to every game, every player, it's a lot of fun. But again, once I moved to places where I didn't have TV or cable or bars, I stopped paying attention to hockey and football. And I'm in too many leagues, lol. The leagues are a lot of fun. The fantasy leagues, they are enjoyable. I'm kind of glad that I got out of it before all the gambling sites came in, like DraftKings and stuff. Because if DraftKings was around when I was in university, I'd probably be broke. I know that I have an inherent gambling addiction, and I would have went broke. I was proud of myself. Last time I went to a casino, so 2 months ago when I went and picked up my skid steer, I had to drive 21 hours to go get it. And along the way, I spent a night at a casino hotel. And I went in and I played some blackjack, I played roulette, I played some slots, and I ended up walking out $40 in the profit. I made 40 bucks at the casino. Back in my day, I would have made that 40 bucks and I would have been like, I might as well give it back to the casino. Let's just keep playing and see if we hit big. And you'd be playing like $5, $10, $15 hands of blackjack. I remember going to the casino and being like, okay, I got 200 bucks with me. When I run out of money, I'm done. I hit that ATM like 3 times. It was like once my ATM limit hit, when I drew like $1,000 on the card, I knew I was done at that point. Yeah, when you're playing $20 hands of blackjack, you've got a problem. So I was proud of myself last time I went to the casino and I walked away with money in hand. And Apollo says, my family are Jets fans. Giants, Mets, and Knicks. I have been to a few Jets games. One of my buddies, one of my good friends, what do you call it? Not a maid of honor. My best man, my groomsman, my best man at my wedding. He lived in Winnipeg for a while. And so me and my buddies would travel down there every once in a while and we go watch a Jets game with him. So yeah, we used to catch the odd Jets game. It was a lot of fun. I have seen a Bruins game before. It was my favorite team. So I did make a trip with another buddy down south and we did watch a game there. I've probably seen about 5 NHL games in person. I've never seen an NFL game in person. I've seen some CFL, Canadian Football League games, but never NFL. And I've seen a couple baseball games, Blue Jays in person. And I did see a FIFA charity World Cup game when I was in Spain. It was a charity game, but it was still a lot of fun. And like I said, I have seen Wimbledon. I've seen the Williams sisters play at Wimbledon. And Steven says, so Justin, where are you north of America? East, west? So I'm in Ontario. I used to be in more southern Ontario. Now I'm up by Hudson's Bay, like way up there in the far north. And now where I live, I'm off grid. So like I'm like an hour away from the closest community, which is another like 6 hours from the closest city. So we are far in the middle of nowhere. Think up towards Hudson's Bay. Because I'm so much in the middle of nowhere, I don't want to give my too exact of a location because you'd be able to find out where I live. And as much as I trust you, Steven, I don't trust a lot of my random internet crowd. So I try to keep things chill. How do you deal with internet privacy? Do you try to be super private as far as where you live, or like I don't want to live stream when I'm in the town that I'm in case in the background someone sees like an identifiable street sign or something. How do you deal with it? I know other people on here who have their exact house location right in their thing so that people can mail them stuff. I have one guy on here who seems like a really good guy, and he offers to mail me stuff, but I hesitate to give him my address because I don't want him knowing where I live to mail stuff. Just because I'm the only guy up here. Like, once you know where I live, you know where I live. So I don't know. I don't know how to handle that. I'm sure you can trust most internet strangers, but then you see the live streamers who get doxxed, who get raided and stuff. So the most I say is I live in Bergen County. See, and the thing is, like, where you live is more populated. So it's kind of harder to nail it down. I mean, there's always going to be those internet sleuths who can figure out exactly where you live. But I don't know. I don't know. I'd rather not make it that easy. But again, at some point, and it's mostly, the reason I hide it right now, my exact location, is because I have little kids. And so my kids are, and I work a full-time job. So I don't want people randomly trying to show up. And I'm only 1,800 subscribers, so it's not going to happen right now. But you never know. If I'm like you with 40,000 subscribers, it could get to that point where you have people who want to just, I'm driving by the area, or, you know, it's a couple hour detour. Let's go say hi. And so I don't know how I feel about that. When my kids are older, I plan to rent this house out as an Airbnb. At that point, the property will be kind of public domain because it'll be on the internet. It will be findable. If we get really big and the kids get much older and we're still doing this, you know, 10 years from now, we'll probably allow, you know, subscriber giveaways where, you know, if this is generating enough money to make it make sense, we can have people come up here and stay at the Airbnb. And so it's things I'm thinking about down the road, but having children is the tough thing, right? My kids are 8, 6, 4, 2, and 0. So they're going to be little kids for a while. So, yeah, it does make things a little bit different. Dibs, Apollo, Layla, Steven, you can even bring your dogs. You can even bring Tucker. You can bring all the dogs to the Airbnb. One of the things I want to do, so in about 3 years, we're going to build the next house. And then probably not for about 6, 7 years. Then we will have this as an Airbnb available. And it's a genuine thought that we could do this as a subscriber giveaway where people, you know, sorry, my wife is trying to FaceTime me, so I need her to text me because I don't want to hang up on here. So yeah, we're thinking about potentially down the road when the kids are old enough to do like a subscriber giveaway and allow people to come down here. We can take them out on the lake. We can do fishing. We want to run this as more of a resort down the road. And so, yeah, we'll have access to all the boats, the sailboats, the kayaks, the dinghies, the pontoon boat. We have a beach on the south side. I want to put a bunkie on the beach. So maybe 6, 7 years from now, I'll build a beach bunkie, and that can be a seasonal rental. Lots of options, lots of options. And Elizabeth says, hello, this is one of the better channels out there. The host is very well spoken. Cheers, Elizabeth. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Landon says 67. 67 what? 68. So does all that make sense? Does that all make sense? Anyone have any questions, any concerns? Flo says, do you like tomato soup? Assuming that's not a trap, I have not had a tomato soup in a long time, but now that you say that on a cold day like today, tomato soup sounds fantastic. I'm not opposed. We have some tomatoes growing outside right now that we're going to have to pick sooner rather than later. We almost had our first frost the other day. We had some flurries out there. It was like 39 degrees Fahrenheit, felt like 32. And so we almost got frost, which would have killed off our tomatoes. So I think we got to harvest them sooner rather than later. Maybe we can have some tomato soup. Right now we're just enjoying a nice coffee, a kofifi. I'm gonna swipe away for 1 second to see if my wife texted me. Text. We'll see. She should text me soon, I assume, if it was anything important. And Steven says, got to go picking up food and watching the U.S. Women's Open Finals at 4. Thanks for chatting with us. Have a great time. See you soon. And Steven, thank you for the dono. I appreciate that. You are a legend. And I'm going to put your name in my dono list on my website. So on my website, mywildlife.ca, I have a section for top contributors. And Stephen, if you don't mind, I will put your YouTube link in there as well. And so people can check out my YouTube channel to find top contributors. Georgia, have a good night. Take care and enjoy your vacation. Enjoy traveling in Asia. Austin says, why do you build your new house right next to the old one? Where? So I'm going to build it into the forest a little bit. One of the tricky things is that this house is in a perfect location. I'm right by the lake. I'm close to my garage, and I've got the farm animals. Let's take you over there. My farm animals are right out the kitchen window. And so I don't want to build my next house too far from here, because honestly, being able to look out the window and make sure that, you know, the ducks, the chickens, everyone is safe and good. The goats and cows are in the barn right now, but being able to just look out the kitchen window and see that all the animals are safe. Let me grab my coffee cup. This is a perfect location. But if I'm going to convert this house into an Airbnb, I don't want the two houses right beside each other. And we're literally thinking about that far ahead. So if I'm going to turn this house into an Airbnb, what I'm thinking is, again, keep in mind, I have 156 acres. So I got a lot of land. So I'm thinking of building the next house maybe 300 yards further that way into the forest. I can cut out a new spot, build into the hill along the lake. The lake goes all the way around, so I can build anywhere. I don't want to go too far. My wife and I, we were talking, she wanted me to build the next house. Oh, okay, Nemo, I'll catch you in a second. So I don't want to, I have a beach on the south side of my property, and my wife really wanted me to build the house on the south side of the property, but my property is a peninsula, meaning there's one way in and then the water goes all the way around. And the south side is a beach, but it's really far. It's like 600 yards away, 700 yards away. And so if I build the house on the south side, I need to cut a road, like a proper road, all the way to the south side. I'm going to have to haul a lot of gravel, run that in. It's probably going to cost me $60,000, $70,000 just to build a road to the south side of the property. That's a lot of money just to build the road. And then I need to keep the snow plowed. Every time we have a bad storm, I got to get the trees off of it. It's that much more road that I need to maintain. We already have like a 3-kilometer driveway. Adding almost another kilometer is a lot. So I think what I'm going to do instead is build a bunkie, an overnight bunkie down there, and just keep it as a quad trail. And maybe I'll make it big enough for a truck, but like still rough. I'm not going to build a proper road, like one of those things you could take the truck down there when the ground is hard, but not when it's soft, and not in the winter. And then just keep it open as like a skidoo trail for the winter. And then just build the house closer to here, a little bit in, but not as far. And then that way it's less to maintain. Easier to get the building supplies in, easier to build it. But I don't want them to be right on top of each other. So it'll be a little bit past. And then what I'll probably do is build a secondary road into my fields so that if I have people renting this house, I can access my property through my farm fields. So I would come around behind here. So I drive in behind instead of out front. And that way, you know, what I want to do is this house will be rented as like a resort style property. So if people wanted guiding fishing trips and stuff, I'm accessible for them to come reach out to me to take them out on the lake. But if they want their privacy is like, you know, a bachelor weekend, I don't have to be anywhere nearby. I mean, of course I'll be out in the fields, but at that point I can upgrade this fencing to be more of a privacy fence. So if I'm out there working with my animals in the field, there's still a barrier or privacy between that field and the house. It's all things we're thinking about probably 6-7 years from now. So we got some time. And Nemo says, the camera is reversed and makes me think your hat looks like it's backwards. It tricked my brain. I used to get that all the time where people would think my hat is on backwards. It is not on backwards. The wider brim is back here. The narrow part's up here. And there's a little cute little bow tie in the back. It's not backwards, trust me. People used to chirp me all the time. You're wearing your cowboy hat backwards. I'm not. And Siva says, hi, how are you doing? I am doing pretty dang good. I am not complaining at all. I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago, and I feel fantastic. So kudos to the surgeon. And Elizabeth says, you have a beautiful piece of property. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. We try to get out there and hang out with the animals and show off the property very often, as we can. And Christopher says, I feel better, man. Gotta go. Have a good night. Take care, Christopher. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, let's I think I need to grab a phone charger because we are getting low. We have been streaming for 170 minutes, but we're down to 20% battery, and I don't want the battery to die on us. And I'm thinking that we will probably go back outside in a little bit. So let me grab my phone charger so I can charge my phone while we chat, and then maybe we'll go back outside. And we'll talk more. I have an update about the house I'm building. A very frustrating update. So 1 second, let me just grab a phone charger. And let's plug this bad boy back in. Let's turn the kettle back on. I think there's a little bit of water left in there. There's enough to heat up my coffee a little bit more. Let's grab a piece of beef jerky because we're hungry. Okay, let's plug you guys back in. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just grabbing a phone charger. Let's see. I think that's good. Bear with me. There we go. And Elizabeth says, I just subscribed to your lovely channel. Thank you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, if you have any questions or anything you want to know, feel free to ask. We are an off-grid homestead, and I live stream very often, 3 to 5 times a week. And so if there's anything you want to know, by all means, I'm here chatting with you guys. And right now it's a smaller crowd. And so we got time to talk. And Precious Moments says, hi, how are you? And I subscribed. You done good. Thank you, Precious Moments. You too. Same thing goes for you, Precious. If you have any questions or concerns, so this is my off-grid homestead. I have 156 acres off-grid, about 30 acres of farm fields. I've got cows, goats, chickens, ducks, rabbits, and pigs. We breed most of the animals. We're planning on getting donkeys next year. We're getting a few more cows in a couple of weeks. The pigs, unfortunately, are destined for the butcher. I could talk more about that if you want. And yeah. I had a little setback. I hurt my back playing hockey like 13 years ago, and it finally caught up to me, and my L5, L4 disc blew out. And so I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago. But it hasn't been slowing me down that much. We've been able to stream for 171 minutes right now, and we're feeling pretty good. I'm a little sore, but feeling pretty good. And Chucky says, I'm pushing AB, and I have no idea what that means, my friend. And Precious says, wow, your channel is wonderful. Thank you. What we do on this channel, it's a lot of live streaming. Like I said, 3 to 5 days a week, we are out here live streaming, usually the evenings. On the weekends, we get out here during the day sometimes. I have 5 children and a wife. My kids and wife are at a birthday party. So normally what I do is I live stream in the evenings when everyone's sleeping. But right now they went into town, which, oh, 1 second, my kettle's going. They went into town for a birthday party. And so we had a couple hours. We had a couple hours to chill. 1 second, guys. Trying to get my coffee. I'm trying to get my coffee. Bear with me. Let me just pour some hot water in there. Okay, good enough for me. Sorry about that. So what I was going to say, I normally stream when my wife and kids are not here, because when they're here, I try to spend time with them. So we're live streaming when they're not around. Right now they're at a birthday party. Because I had spinal surgery, I can't go to the birthday party with them. So I'm here. Normally I'm streaming in the evenings. We are in northern Canada, in the far north. It is currently 2:35 p.m. Normally I'd be starting my streams 5 hours from now. So normally my streams would be starting 5 hours from now, usually around 7:30 when my kids are asleep. But sometimes we get these day live streams on the weekends. Sometimes when I'm working on a project like building a barn or a coop, I'll be live streaming. So often we're live streaming with the animals. We're inside right now because we spent about 2 hours out with the animals, and so I wanted to come in. It is cold outside. Normally we're outside with all the animals. And yeah, usually I'm just teaching a lot about the different animals, homesteading, living off grid, and just kind of anything guys want to talk about. I'm it's not what I focus on YouTube, but I do like to make content about mushrooms, about foraging for natural food. So I put out a long form video just yesterday about a certain type of edible mushroom. I encourage you guys to go check it out. It's fantastic. But that's kind of the stuff we get up to on here. Building projects and live streaming with animals. And then my long form videos I usually do as guides. So different information topics. And my shorts are just entertaining shorts. So, you know, if a chicken is riding on a goat's back and the goat is riding on the cow's back, that's a YouTube short moment. And Nemo says, sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound like you did anything wrong. It was totally on me. Sorry, Nemo. What'd you say oh, no. You're good, man. You're good. Do you guys do anything with birds? Meat versus egg birds? Would love your take on chicken math. It's crazy for me. So we will go back out there once the phone's a little more charged. But right there are my ducks and a chicken. I have 4 different types of ducks right now. We'll go out there and I'll show you them closer up in a little bit here. The white one there is a Pekin duck. The one behind the Pekin is a buff Orpington. And somewhere over there are my Appleyard ducks. And then the whole flock of them, the bigger white and black ones, those are all Ancona ducks. And then I've got 3 type of chickens out here in the yard. I have Rhode Island Reds and 2 others. My wife is the chicken expert. But chicken math is tough. Chicken math is tough. So all of our birds are for eggs. We don't currently do any meat birds. What we do is when we hatch the eggs, so we use an incubator, we hatch our own eggs, and then we butcher the surplus roosters for the chickens and the surplus drakes, which are the male ducks. So we butcher all the surplus males and we use that for meat. The ducks are a dual purpose. They are egg and meat, so you do get good meat off of them. The chickens, like Rhode Island Reds, they're not bred for meat, so they're not very big, so you don't get as much meat, but it's still enough that if you cook 2 chickens, you're gonna get enough meat for a dinner and soup stock. So we do that. Chicken math is tough because there's a lot of predators. It takes you between 4 to 6 months of raising the chickens to get eggs. Up here in northern Canada, come our winters, they pretty well stop laying. And so you're going to go another 4 months with no eggs. And during the winter, predation is the hardest. That's when we got coyotes, weasels, and foxes that are getting hungry. So you need to be able to survive the winter. So you go 4 to 6 months with no eggs. You're constantly feeding them. Then we're getting with these chickens, we're getting about 6-7 eggs a day right now off the chickens. These ducks haven't started laying yet. Unfortunately, a fox got our last batch of ducks. We had 5 laying ducks last year, and come the spring, a fox got in there and killed them all. So we've reevaluated our setup, and it's been good. I haven't had an issue since. That being said, I do let my chickens free range in the yard. I mean, here's a chicken just chilling right here. There's a rooster. No, that's just a hen. That's a hen, sorry. And so I do let the chickens out in the yard. So every once in a while, there is a chance to lose one to a predator. It hasn't happened yet, but it could. And that's where chicken math gets tricky, is because you're going to lose some to predation if you're letting them free range. Once you start getting to this point where you're getting a dozen eggs a day, a dozen eggs up here goes for about $5 a dozen. For the ducks, it's about $7 a dozen. You could start making money with if you've got about 30 chickens/ducks, you're now starting to cover their feed and turn a profit. But you got to keep them alive. You got to keep them alive. Otherwise, all that money is just going back into buying new birds. They're not a big money maker. All farm animals are not big money makers. They're more of a sustainable, fresh food hobby. I do chickens and ducks for the enjoyment of it, having farm fresh food. Fun fact, because we free range our chickens, we give them feed, but we also allow them in the yards everywhere, so they're free-ranging bugs and grass and stuff. And so the chickens actually produce more protein, higher vitamin A, B, C, and E, A, B, C, D, A, B, E, D, better vitamins and amino acids. So they are actually healthier. Then you're also getting a lot better omega-3s. So you're getting healthier eggs. We're eating them every day. It's fantastic. So I do really like having chickens and ducks. But as far as money goes, it's still cheaper to go to the grocery store. And Poverty Hill Adventures says, hello from Poverty Hill. How are you doing? Brian, how are you doing, my friend? Guys, I encourage you to go check out Brian's channel at Poverty Hill Adventures. Brian is a super wholesome gentleman. He's got a fantastic channel. He is living my dream, just getting out there, enjoying nature, doing fun activities, shooting his bow, exploring the forest, getting out there fishing and hanging out with friends. Go check out Brian's channel. It's a lot of fun. It's a very wholesome environment. I encourage you guys, check him out. I love Brian's channel. Great place to hang out. Lots of great long form videos. Go check out Poverty Hill Adventures. Super wholesome. Someone I look up to in this YouTube game. So I encourage you guys, go check them out. And Nemo said, my wife wants ducks. Heard really good things about how they manage a garden. My chickens would probably eat me if I could literally, they're literally dinosaurs. If I had to choose between chickens or ducks, I'm picking ducks every time. I like the chickens are fantastic. We've had no issues with our chickens, but the ducks are way easier. The chickens now are at a point where they will put themselves away at night. But for the first like 3-4 months, we had to round them up because we free range them and we don't clip their wings. They were everywhere. We'd have to round them up one by one, get them back in their house. The ducks, right from the day they hatch, they are a herd. They stay together and you just walk behind them and they all go right into their house. Super easy to care for. The chickens are spread out everywhere. I mean, I've got a group of like 5 of them out the kitchen window right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's one on the other side of the fence over there. There's a bunch over with the pigs. There's 1 or 2 hanging out with the ducks. But the ducks are all together. All the ducks, every duck is all right over there. The goats are awesome. The goats hang out together. It's hard to see through the window, but that's a goat. It's a cold day, so the goats and the cow are hanging out in the barn right now. We'll go back out there soon. I'm just charging the phone. That's why we're kind of on a short leash. We got the phone here. But Brian, I'm doing well. I actually had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago, 12 days ago to be exact, and I'm feeling really good. Feeling better. I've got limitations, but I'm feeling better than I did before the surgery. So kudos to that. Yeah, I fought with chronic pain. I ignored it. I'm really good. I've been dealing with chronic pain forever, so I've been good at ignoring it. But my stress levels are way down, not living at a high pain threshold. So kudos to having surgery. I feel really good. And we're eating some beef jerky and drinking some coffee. So hard to complain. I hope that this doesn't mess you guys up, but I'm going to turn my Wi-Fi back on. We're back in range of the Starlink, so I want to reconnect, so I'm not using my data. And Brian says, glad to hear you are okay. Yes, it went super well. So I was preparing for the worst with this spinal surgery. I was told that I was going to be basically on bed rest for 6 weeks. That the goal was that after 6 weeks, I'd be able to stand for a half hour at a time. And it was going to take 3 months to heal. I have been able to live stream since the second day after the surgery. I haven't had to take any painkillers since the second day. I might have lost some of you guys. Let me swipe away and swipe back. Sorry, sometimes when I switch back and forth between Wi-Fi and not, I see the number drop. But anyway, the spinal surgery was a huge success. I have been streaming right now for 3 hours. We're at 3 hours on this stream, standing up, walking around. My back is sore. It's a little sore. But the fact, we're only 12 days in and we've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm impressed. I was expecting to be bedridden for 6 weeks. So this is really good. Huge success. And you can only be you. I can only be me. Says, I find it cheaper having the animals at home for your own consumption. In Southeast Saskatchewan, 2-pound roast was almost $60. 18 eggs is $7. 4 liters of milk is $8 to $9. Here's the tricky thing, right? So for the last 6 months, I have not had to buy cow's milk up until just recently, because we've been milking all of our goats, getting our milk off of them. Now, the goats are pregnant, and so we stopped milking them because we expect them to give birth in October. So you like to stop milking them 2 months before they have their babies so that their bodies are well nourished for when they have their babies. But we've been getting all of our milk off of them. I have not bought meat from a grocery store in like a year. All of our meat has come from the homestead. So that's a huge savings. That being said, my goats cost about $150 to $200 per goat. I've got 9 of them right now. Some of them have been born here, so they didn't cost anything. We've sold some, so we've recouped some of that cost. The ducks we hatched ourselves, but we still bought the eggs, and some of our ducks are a rare breed of duck, the Ancona ducks. I think we spent $100 and something for the Ancona ducks. We hatched, what did we hatch? We hatched like 20 of them. So, I mean, that's still cost. They haven't started laying yet. They will be laying soon. Siva, good night. And Cynic says, Arizona or Texas? Northern Canada. Welcome to Northern Canada. The cows, so the cows have gotten expensive. The first cow we got that we had butchered was $900, super cheap. And now the next couple cows we're getting are like closer to $3,000 a cow, so they're getting really expensive. The pigs we raised ourselves, we're looking at probably all expenses in, we're probably looking at about $3 a pound for about 1,000. Well, live they're 1,000 pounds, so there's probably 500 pounds of meat. So we're looking at $3 a pound there in cost, which is better than grocery store. Grocery store up here is probably closer to $5, $6 a pound. But you still had to raise them and put the time and effort in. I would say you're certainly breaking even if you factor in time. But I don't know if you're saving a lot of money when you're keeping it small. I think when we eventually get up to like 100 ducks, maybe 200 ducks, we'll be making money and saving money on ducks and duck eggs and breeding them and selling ducklings and all that. But while we're small, you know, we did ducks last year and we ended up doing 20 ducks. We ended up only with 5 layers. The rest were all boys. Terrible luck. And then we were getting eggs throughout the fall. Come the winter, they stopped laying. And then in the spring, when they started laying again, a fox got in and ate them. So we raised them for a full year. We probably only had, I don't know. We probably got about 100 eggs off of them before they got murdered by a fox. And so when you start doing that kind of farm math and you start counting in losses, it's tricky. And dang, I could have given you Ancona duck eggs. Muscovy duck eggs are expensive here. I think the market is getting ridiculous, and I feel for people trying to get into it. That's the way it is with cattle. When we bought our first couple cows, it was like $800-900 a cow. Now, when we're buying more, we're looking at like $2,000-3,000 a cow. The market's getting crazy. Duck eggs, chicken eggs, all that, it's getting pretty wild. Everything is getting a lot more expensive, which is also almost a good thing because it justifies doing it yourself a lot more. You know, when we were raising cattle ourselves and it was costing us $900 for a cow, it was almost like it's cheaper just to buy the meat from a farmer. Now that you can sell a cow I can sell a full-size cow that's a year and a half for about $5,000 to $7,000 live. So now if you're buying a cow for $3,000, you're feeding it another $500 to make it through the winter. So you're in it for $3,500, but you can make $7,000 when you go and sell it. You're now making $3,000 profit. That's starting to feel pretty good. So pros and cons. It's just like the housing market, right? Everywhere, Canada, the United States, the housing market's gotten crazy if you're trying to buy into the market. But if you're already in the market, your asset is just going up and up and you're making bank. We did really well. We got really lucky. we sold our last house and doubled our money on it, we did really well. And so that was what was able to help us buy this place. We had a really nice house in a city. We had it for 5 years. We ended up selling it, doubling our money. And then we were able to buy this 156 acre homestead off grid, put about 60, 70 grand into it to renovating it myself, fixing it up. And even this property, we've probably added at least 25% value to it. And Nemo says, I guessed northern Montana at a safe estimate. Way too hot for my felt this time of year, so I know you must be cold. It's actually warm right now. I've had the wood stove going all morning, so it's 24 degrees Celsius, which is like 78 degrees Fahrenheit in my house. Outside, it's like 42 degrees. It's pretty cold outside. And Sinex says, how to open a can of beer if the pin has broken off. The tab, the little pull tab, just take a knife. Just take a knife, a butter knife, push it down with your thumb. I got you. Easy peasy. If it hasn't been shaken, take a screwdriver, tap it on the top. You'll open her. I believe in you. Okay, I am ready to take you guys back outside. Let's go hang out with the goats, the ducks, and the chickens. I'm warm. My coffee's warm. Maybe I'll add a little more coffee. Nah, this is good. Let's go back outside, guys. Let's take another walk out there. I got a mouthful of beef jerky. Bear with me. We're going to go hang out with the goats for a second. Guys, I'm going to give another shout out for those who are here and listening. Go check out Apollo and Layla on YouTube. Apollo dropped me the $30 dono. Go check out Apollo and Layla. Fantastic YouTube channel. We got a bundle up here. And pliers helped. Well, I'm glad you figured it out, my friend. And you can only be you says, I wish everybody that wanted their patch of land could have a patch of land. It is amazing what living in a country, giving the person, and never mind the children, very happy you did well. Thank you. You know what? This is the crazy thing. Like, I know the States has a bit of this problem as well, but up here in Canada, we forever have unrestricted foreign buyers. And so we have allowed people from other countries to buy massive amounts of land in Canada forever. This property here was actually owned by Americans. And the only reason we were able to buy this property is because when COVID happened, the big C word, when COVID happened, they were not allowed to travel here. And so for about 3-4 years, they were not allowed to come to this property. And they were older. They were an older American couple. It was a seasonal cottage that I've gutted, rebuilt, and insulated. And, as much as my barn looks rough, because I cut this off of another property of mine and I rebuilt it here. So I got to side it still, but, spinal surgery and stuff. But all of these outbuildings, outhouse and feed shed and hutch, and none of this was here. None of the fencing, nothing. This was all vacant. It was a seasonal cabin, so we had to gut and rebuild the whole thing, put an addition off the back of it. Tons of work. But the only reason we were able to buy it was, one, we're in the middle of nowhere. Two, we got to go start my truck again. We're trying to use it to charge a battery. But the only reason we were able to buy this, middle of nowhere, so not a lot of competition. These chickens, man, I love you, but you make having grass difficult. Chickens like to take dirt baths, and so they will just chew up your lawn to give themselves some fresh dirt. But anyway, sorry. Middle of nowhere. This was an off-grid seasonal cabin, which, you know, a lot of people just don't want to deal with the work that is involved. You know, I heat exclusively with firewood. There was no wood stove on the property. It was only propane. So I added a wood stove when I gutted and rebuilt the house. So you're constantly cutting firewood to heat the house. It's a lot of work, but it's like, it's also the dream. I don't want you guys to think that homesteading is not a ton of work, because you are working nonstop, but it is so fulfilling. It is so much enjoyable work. Raising animals, breeding animals, having births on the homestead. It's so much fun. It's so enjoyable. And so if this is something that's your dream, I have a little bit of advice. Let me just start my truck 1 second. Okay, if your dream is to have a homestead like this, first off, if you're gonna try to do it solo by yourself, start small. Start small. Start with some ducks. I prefer ducks over chickens. They're an easier animal. I really like the goats, but goats can be difficult. We have a little bit of everything, and we did not start small. We went hard. We've got cows, ducks, rabbits, chickens, did I say goats, pigs, a little bit of everything. We're getting donkeys. We're going to be breeding pigs. We breed the goats, we breed the cows, we breed the ducks, the chickens, the rabbits. But if you're by yourself, start small, because you can get overwhelmed very easily. Get an animal that's a little more independent. Something that if you are sick, you're not going to have to be out there every day caring for that animal. Something like chickens with an accessible area. If they've got, you can build so many food and water setups that they're good for a few days on their own. You know, automatic door open and closers, stuff like that. That'd be my recommendation. If I really had to give you a solid, like sustainable, you're going to be able to do this for a long time without burning out, have a partner, a significant other who is also passionate about this lifestyle, because I have spinal surgery right now. We're picking our pigs up in our trailer here. Let me flip you around. And my wife is going to have to drive this to the butcher today by herself without me. She's terrified. She's never driven a trailer before. But I can't do it because I've had spinal surgery. And so thankfully, she is also passionate about this, and she's brave, and she's willing to try and take it on. But, you know, if I was by myself, this would be so much harder. So find someone who is passionate if you want to get into the nitty gritty and the big depths of this, because it is so much easier with two people. Navigating the ups and the downs and injuries and sickness. You know, when one person's sick, my wife was out of town one weekend and I was puking and just super sick. I still had to get out there and milk the goats and collect the eggs and do all the, feed the animals. And it was miserable. I was dying. Imagine doing that for a week. You're going to fall out of love with it pretty quick. So have someone who can help you, because that's just going to make this so much more enjoyable, so much more fun. Elizabeth asked, how deep is your lake? That lake is only about 12 feet deep in the bay here. This is a bay. The main lake is actually down that way, and it's probably about 30, 40 feet deep. And sorry, I was rambling for a while, so let me catch up with what I missed. Cynic says, I am from Poland, where I can come to the USA to see horse competitions and feel the true American spirit. And Cynic asked if I have horses. I do not have any horses right now. I'm focusing on animals that are going to provide sustainability, whether that be through milk or eggs or meat. All of our animals are for food. And Nemo says, it's 33 degrees Celsius at mine right now. Wishing I could join you. It is cold. It is cold here. It's starting to warm up a bit. It was about 6 degrees this morning Celsius. It feels like it's probably like 16 degrees right now, so it's warming up nice. But man, the nights and the mornings have been cold. I've been running that wood stove nonstop overnight. And Nemo says, 100% agree. So much more connected to everything. Cameron says, cowboy boots or burger? no cowboy boots on right now. I do have some, but I had spinal surgery 2 weeks ago, and so I can't get them on and off. So I just got the slip-on runners. And Nemo says, the lone wilderness man would be too much for me. It takes a village. You know, that's the thing, right? In my head, I think that I'm a survivalist. I know how to forage for wild food. I can hunt with both my gun and my bow. I can fish. I got the lake here. I've got the animals, which is sustainable food. In my head, it's like, yeah, I'm set up. I could survive. Bro, I just blew my back out and had spinal surgery. If I was trying to survive on my own, i.e., let's say it's the apocalypse and I'm trying to survive and I blew my back out, I'd be dead. I'd be dead. Without surgery, I mean, how long can you tough that out? I don't know. But yeah, if I was trying to survive on my own and I just blew my back out like I did, when my back blew out 2 months ago, I lost feeling to my entire right leg. The whole thing went dead. I couldn't walk. If this was a survival situation, even though I have the land, I've got the privacy, I've got the animals, the foraging, the natural food and all that, I still would have died on my own. Elias, how you doing, buddy? I see you there. I hope you are doing well. And Svenska says, greetings from Sweden. Hello. So in a real, as much as there are some mountain men who can survive on their own for decades, it does happen. In an apocalypse situation, you want a team. In a survival situation, you want a team. You want someone who can care for the fire and keep fresh water boiled while you're out looking for fresh edibles, while you're out hunting, while you're out fishing. You want someone who's out berry picking in case you come back with no food. It takes a team. It takes a team. If you hurt your leg, you twist an ankle, you need someone to help with the daily responsibility while you recover. Otherwise, you're gonna have to tough it out and you're gonna do more damage. You gotta have a good team. Cynic says, what state are you at? It looks like you are in the north where it is cold. I'm actually in northern Canada. We are up towards Hudson's Bay at my off-grid homestead. We are in the far north in Canada. We're actually hanging out close to my pigs. I don't see them. I do see them. This is my pig area. I've got electric fenced off area. We're actually working on getting them in the trailer because they are at the end of their usefulness, but they're hiding in there. They're pretty far in the bush. I raised my pigs. Let me flip you around. I forest raised my pigs so they've had constant access to hogs feed. Every 2 weeks, I travel into the closest town and pick up all their expired food, and I feed that to the animals. It's all really good stuff because they don't give me the stuff that's mushy. They just give the stuff that they can no longer sell. So it's all really good stuff. And then they also forage for food. So they harvest in there. They got up to 300 pounds a month sooner than I wanted them to. So they put on size fast with the way I've been feeding them. And so they're going to the butcher now. They're actually going earlier than we expected. We have friends who got pigs at the same time as us, and they're still another month away. So the pigs have had a good life. They've been well fed, and it's time. It's time. So I bought these pigs. These are Yorkshire pigs. We just had a mouse. I can see a mouse over here. We're gonna We're going to see if we can find him. Oh. It's running around. Anyway, it's irrelevant. There's a mouse. But yeah. Anyway, pigs. So these are, let me read your comments before I go on another rant. Nemo said, those guys that can do it are amazing. I feel like I have the skills, but like you said, simple sprained wrist could end a solo if not careful. A back injury like yours would be unthinkable. Yeah, I don't know how those guys do it. I blew my back out originally playing hockey, and I've just been kind of toughing it out for 13 years until it finally, you know, the disc blew out. I don't know how those guys are building log cabins by hand, by themselves in the middle of the forest. They must be suffering from injury. There's no way that they don't have bad backs, bad knees, bad shoulders, bad everything. It's a tough lifestyle, really tough. And you can only be, you says, peacocks, 3 kinds of pheasants, ostriches, guinea geese, chickens, turkeys, ducks, geese, llamas, donkeys, horse draft, light and mini, both large and medium cows, goats, sheep, coon, Yorkshire pigs. Is that what you all have? Is that what you have? You can only be you? That is an impressive list. Currently, we have cows, goats, rabbits, ducks, chickens, and pigs. We're going to do Berkshire Tamworth pigs next year, and we're going to breed them. This year was a trial year. I wanted to see how hard was it to train them to an electric fence, how hard was it to care for them, how fast would it take to get them to size, what was the cost going to be, how well did they forage in the forest, how well did they clear the forest, because that's part of my goal with pigs is to let them clear it out. And they were successful on all counts. And so now we're going to get into year-round. Up here in northern Canada, when it gets to minus 45, minus 49 Celsius Fahrenheit, when it gets really, really cold up here, every animal is a challenge. You have to have insulated buildings for all the animals. You got to have heated water dishes for all the animals. You're constantly going out, putting out fresh food, shoveling paths, clearing areas for them all. It's a lot of work. So I didn't want to commit to another year-round animal this year. So now that we've done it, we know we like it, we will do it next year. This will give me time to build them permanent structure next spring and summer before it gets cold. I can continue to forest raise my pigs, and now we know what we're doing. Matthew says, hey y'all. Hey Justin, everyone, have a great time. Cool to see y'all here. Hey Matthew, how you doing? Welcome back to the chat. We have been streaming for almost 4 hours. It has been a doozy of a stream. We are over 3 hours. And you can only be used, says, you live up by where I bear hunt. I keep llamas for pack animals that come out of the forest after hunting. I keep the donkeys and llamas and ostriches for predator control. I plan to get a donkey in the spring for predator control. The dog does a good enough job right now, and the goats, because they're all in a pack, they do an okay job. But I really think I need a donkey to make sure the foxes and the coyotes stay back. We've had some issues with foxes. The coyotes have been right up to the fence line, but they've never gone in. So for the most part, we've been safe enough from that, but it is a risk, always. We've had a few coyotes on the trail cams, which are right at the fence line. So something we got to watch. I live on a peninsula. This water goes all the way around. And so usually before the snow goes, I go in the bush and chase them away with the pew-pew. And that does a good enough job. Once I get them off the property, they don't come back. But I got to make sure I do that every spring. Otherwise, they'll get trapped on the property and they're going to be a problem. I actually got banned from live streaming at one point because I was out doing predator control with my pew-pew on live stream, and I wasn't shooting at any animals, and I didn't even shoot the gun on the live stream. I was just walking with the gun on my back. You're not allowed to do that on YouTube live streaming. No gun on the person in a live stream. Makes sense. I didn't know that, so I got permanently banned. I appealed it. I talked to a human, and they unbanned me. Whew. That was almost enough to end our YouTube journey. And Nemo says, my next goal is to get horses. I just need to find a way to find them mostly support themselves. The tough thing about horses is there's some breeds of horses are very picky when it comes to the type of hay they can have. So you're constantly hauling a specific type of hay into them. If you can get a heritage breed of horse that is less stomach sensitive, you're good to go. And you can only be you says, yes, I am by myself with an 18-year-old daughter that helps me manage 700 animals on a half section of land we bought ourselves the last 4 years. That is amazing, my friend. You can only be you. Do you have your own YouTube channel as well? Are you also out here YouTubing that lifestyle? And Nemo says, pigs are smart. I found it really easy to train them on the fence personally, but no journey is the same. It took me about 10 days to train these pigs on the electric fence. Those first 10 days were a struggle. It was my first time training pigs to an electric fence. I had some learning to do. I made some mistakes. Once I figured it out and I got it going, they have not broken out since. But those first 10 days, man, was life tough. The pigs are coming to say hi, so let's move over so we can go say hi to them. I'm trying to train them to come onto the trailer. It's been working. They've been coming on the trailer because today we got a low. Hi, big guy. How are you? I know the electric fence is making a little zippy noise and you don't like that. Hey, piggy, piggy. Hey, guy. Oh, if you're hungry, all your food is in there. Hey, big guy. So yeah, training them to the electric fence took a bit, but now it works really well. They don't want to. He doesn't want to cross this line because the fence used to go here. It's okay. You can come here. You're okay. Come here. Oh, he's scared. He hears the zapping of the electric fence. He doesn't want to come by right now. But once I figured out how to train them to the electric fence, it has been super, super successful, and we haven't had an issue. I had two problems. One, I wasn't using a strong enough electric energizer, fence energizer, and so when they'd get zapped, at first they were able to kind of ignore it. Then when I upgraded to the more expensive one and the better one, they would get zapped and they would run through it. They were terrified of it. And so I ended up having to train them in a smaller area. I had to build a pen in here and run the electric fence inside of it. So when they try to run, they'd bounce off the fence, zapped again, and have to run away. After about 10 days of training them, I got them to stop breaking out and to start backing away from the fence. Ever since, there's been no issues. I got to see if that's my wife coming in the driveway. No, just my truck making noise. I don't think that was my wife. And so now it's been super successful. You can only be used as I use knives off of a swather, or a combine under any fence for poultry or for pigs. It stops them from eroding. I haven't had any issues with them digging out. They've never dug out. Once they learned to respect it, they just respected it. And the chickens love hanging out with the pigs. Whatever food the pigs don't eat, the chickens get to eat. So the chickens love hanging out here. That chicken there almost got fried by the electric fence. You can go under that. The bottom wire is not hot, chicken. You can go under the bottom wire. And Cynic says, how can a donkey secure a farm? So a donkey is a really good protector. We have a friend with a donkey. The donkey will actually hunt the foxes. So the donkey, first off, a donkey makes a ton of noise. Hey, big guy. Hello. 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 Do you want head pats? So a donkey, yeah, you can come here for some head scratches. It's okay. It's okay. Normally what I do when I want the pigs to come up is I turn the electric fence off so that it doesn't make that zapping noise. They don't know that it's off, but they'll stay away from it still. But then if they bump it, they don't accidentally get shocked. Careful, pigs. You could lose a nose over there. Anyway, so donkeys are really good at keeping the foxes away. They make a lot of... It's okay, big guy. It's okay. Did you get yourself zapped? You touched it. You touched it. I warned you. And so the donkeys will make a lot of noise to keep the wolves and the coyotes away as well. And you can only be used as if you can get a couple of guinea keats, it'll always warn your donkey. I'm going to screenshot that because I've never actually heard about guinea keats. I've heard of guinea fowl, but not guinea keats. So I'm going to look into that. I like that. And Cynic says you definitely need an extra farm worker. You know, eventually this will graduate to more of a farm and less of a homestead. Right now, we're just trying to keep it, you know, we're not trying to keep it small, but we're just starting out. So it is small. And so for now, I mean, it's a lot of work, but You know, because we're not really generating much revenue off the farm, it'd be really hard to have a worker. My kids are, I've got 5 sons. My kids are, um, my kids are 8, 6, 4, 2, and 0. All sons, and they are getting to be awesome farmhands. My 6-year-old, he loves going and collecting eggs. So every morning at like 6 in the morning, he gets up, gets his jacket on, goes out to the chickens, and he goes collects the eggs and lets them out in the morning. So the kids are getting super helpful. My son has been one of the primary caretakers of the pigs. He loves the pigs. In fact, when we get new pigs next year for breeding, he wants that to be his thing. He wants to be the one taking care of the pigs. So when it comes time to selling off pigs, he can collect the money from selling the pigs. So soon enough, we will have many caretakers helping us on the farm as the kids get older. And You Can Only Be Me says, both of us do have a YouTube channel. You Can Only Be You. I have a challenge for you because I love being in community with other farms, other homesteads, other people living this lifestyle. And so when you get a chance, if you could go on your YouTube channels and comment on one of my videos, any one of my videos, drop a comment, just say You Can Only Be You. And it'll make it really easy to find you so I can like and subscribe and come check you out and build a community with you. So, I mean, if that's something you're interested in, by all means, I encourage you, go onto your YouTube channels, comment on any one of my videos, My Wildlife, and I'll be able to find you and we can have a community together. And Nemo says, I have a buddy that uses guard geese for that reason. Super territorial, loud, and aggressive. We will probably do geese at one point or another, but one of the things that I'm keeping in mind is while I still have very young children, I know too many people who have had bad geese experiences where the geese have gone after the children. I don't want my kids to get traumatized on the homestead, so I'm going to, eventually, I'm sure I will get geese. I'm sure I will get turkeys, some of those bigger animals that tend to be a little more territorial. For now, we're looking at getting a Jenny, a female a donkey next year. Right now we have the dog, and we're going to be breeding our dog, Lily. Pigs, I'm going to leave you guys and go check out the other animals, okay? You stay saucy, my pig friend. So we're going to be breeding the other, or my dog next year with an Anatolian Shepherd, which is a livestock guardian dog. Lily is a golden retriever yellow lab, so she's a good dog, but she's not a very good farm dog. She enjoys chasing a lot, so she chases and terrorizes the ducks and chickens. But we plan to breed her with a livestock guardian dog and keep some of the pups for ourselves next year. And End says, are you trans? No, I am not. But thank you for calling me. I'm going to say you're calling me beautiful and attractive. Thank you. That's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with. And whoop, I gotta stay up to date with these comments before I start walking and rambling. You Can Only Be You says, I think my pigs need to come live with you for a while. Mine are way too friendly. They don't know respect anymore. My 700-pound sow will try laying on you to get scratches. I mean, my pigs are very friendly too. They're I can't give them head scratches right now. Normally I do. Normally I'll give them belly rubs and head scratches, but I had spinal surgery, so I'm not allowed to bend, twist, or lift. So I can't get down to their height right now. And Matthew said, me, I've been attacked by a goose and it hurts when you're like 7 years old. I know, it can be traumatizing. Hey chickens, hey rooster. Some people have aggressive roosters as well. So thankfully, Horntail here, our little horn dog, is not aggressive to people. He's chill. Evie, you're not supposed to get out of the fence. You're supposed to stay in, girl. Come on. Evie is athletic. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. When I flip the camera around, we're gonna hang out in the barn for a second. When I flip the camera around, sometimes I hit the mute. Sorry. John, I have several guns. Thank you guys. Thank you. We're back. We're back. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now? I have several guns for hunting. I've got John. I've got a 22 caliber hunting rifle for small game, so that's for like rabbits and partridge and stuff. I have a 410 shotgun, also for small game. I have a 12 gauge shotgun, which is used more for duck hunting. And then I have a 300 Savage for things like bear and deer, big game animals. Yeah. I was saying earlier, I got myself banned from streaming one time because I brought the 22 Pew Pew out for a walk in the forest while on live stream. I had a coyote problem this spring at the end of winter. And so I went for a walk in the bush on live stream. I brought the Pew Pew so I could let off a few shots in the air and scare the coyotes away. I never did shoot the gun, but it was visible in the live stream for a few seconds. And apparently, you're not allowed to have a Pew Pew on live stream at all. I did not know that at the time. And immediately, after showing the gun, my channel just, poof, you have violated a YouTube guideline and you have been banned from live streaming. And it was a permanent ban. However, I was able to appeal it, talk to a real human, explain the situation, and they let us back. All the chickens are coming back in, one by one. Coming under the gate. And so, yes, Evie, I had spinal surgery, my girl. You're not allowed to jump on me. I had back surgery. You got to get off, my girl. You got to get off. Okay, Bast. I took your nuts away. Why are you being frisky? You have no balls. You have no balls. You're not allowed to be frisky. Anyway. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Bast here, my castrato, my high-pitched, high-singing son of a goat has been frisky today, and I don't know why, because you don't have any balls. You don't need to be frisky. But I suppose you can take the balls off a man, but you can't take the man off the balls. That's what I'm going with. Isn't that right, Bast? Isn't that right, my little goat man? Fun fact. I can't even blame little Bast here for being frisky. Bast, his name is spelled B-A-S-T, Bast. He is named after a character from my favorite book series, which is The King Killer Chronicles by Patrick Rothfuss. And Bast is the main character's kind of protege assistant. And he is, in the books, he is very promiscuous. He is a promiscuous guy. He has goat-like features because he is not fully human. We'll just say it like that. And Bast just fits his personality. My promiscuous little man who's got goat-like features. What can we say? So, I have actually 2 goats named after that book series. I have Faye, Mama Faye, and Bast, who's fighting with Big Mama Mimi. Bast, settle. That noise, that kind of gurgly, that gurgly blah 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 blah, that's their frisky noise. The goats will do that kind of mumbly noise when the males are in heat. Blah 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 blah. Fun goat fact. So yeah, behind me is Faye and her daughter. This is Faye and her baby Elsa. Elsa is actually our youngest goat on the homestead. She's about 4 months old. but she is, even though she is as big or bigger than Bast, Bast is like 8 months old. He's around 8 months old, 8 months old. She's only about 3-4 months old, but she's a full size. She's an Alpine Toggenburg, and he's a miniature goat. He is a pygmy goat, so he is by nature small. He's part silky. He's like a quarter silky, 75% pygmy. Oh, and Noe is saying, "Get away from me, boy! Get away from me, boy!" Okay, you guys. I'm gonna leave the goats and let's go hang out with the ducks for a little bit. Let's go see the ducks for a little bit. Hi, ducks. So how is everyone? Everyone having a good time? I need to work with my wife and help her finish putting this piece of fence up. The only problem is with this back surgery, I'm not allowed to bend, lift, or twist. I can help her hold some stuff. I can teach her lots, but unfortunately I can't do a lot myself. Ducks. And our entourage, the goats. Sorry, chickens. I gotta leave some of you chickens locked in there for now. The goats will try to get in there and eat the food. They'll try to eat the chicken food, and the chicken food's not good for them. There's something in it. I think the chicken food has some soy in it, and soy is not good for goats. Too high in protein. They are supposed to be grass eaters. We actually have a friend. So we're in this program. We're in a program called Loop, L-O-O-P, where we go to the grocery store. I go every 2 weeks, and I collect all of the expired food. So it's all fruits and vegetables, but it's also things like bread and crackers, stuff like that. So I feed all the vegetables to the goats, and some of the bread and stuff to the chickens and to the pigs. Well, my friends just started getting into some goats. They didn't know, but they were feeding all the bread to their goats, and one of their goats passed away. We're thinking it passed away because it either bloated on the bread or was only eating the bread and got a nutrition deficit. So one thing to keep in mind is, even though people think goats are just like movable garbage cans, some people think they'll eat anything. They're an animal, and you still need to respect a balanced diet. They're made to eat grass. They're herbivores, and so bread is not a natural food. So you still got to be mindful and careful. And Nemo says, "You guys are truly blessed. Got a really lovely property and life for your boys. Thank you, thank you." And that's one of the nice things is we're going to be building a new house on the property probably in 3 years, and this house I plan to use as an Airbnb rental for a number of years, but eventually when the boys are old enough, there's a chance that they can move into this house. I've fully refinished this house. It's a fully functioning, ready to go house. So it's nice to be able to have that opportunity for my children. We all know that the state of the economy is getting wild. Housing is getting crazier and harder to find. So having a property where we can build houses on the property and we can utilize the spaces we have gives me some comfort knowing that my children will never be on their own. Sorry, Matthew. Matthew had said, oh no, Matthew, all I see is sorry. I don't see any comments, Matthew. We might have had some disconnect on the stream. Say your comment again and I will catch it this time. I was in and out of Wi-Fi, and sometimes that messes stuff up. I turned the Wi-Fi back off, so I'm not in and out right now. We gotta go for another walk over towards my truck. You know what's a pain? So right now my one of my charge controllers that takes the solar panel and charges the battery, one of my charge controllers blew a fuse, an internal fuse, but instead of tearing it apart and changing that fuse, because it is just used on the pigs fencing, and the pigs are going to the butcher tonight. So instead of trying to rebuild that charge controller, I've just been using my truck to keep that battery charged. But my truck turns off every 50. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Evie, you gotta stay. I don't want you out right now. Let's try to pick up a piece of wood and see if we can keep her locked in. She's crazy. Okay, we'll see if that piece of wood can hold her. She just does a running jump like a mad woman. And Matthew says that it is, that's it. It's a sorry prayer, but in Canadian? Matthew, I didn't understand that one. I'm missing the context on that one. Anyway, what I was gonna say is one of the hassles with modern trucks is every 15 minutes or so, the truck will turn itself off. And I'm trying to use the alternator on the truck to charge the battery for the electric fence. Since I only need to keep it going for another day, I don't want to fix the charge controller. I can fix it later. Because after tomorrow, I'm going to be taking the electric fence down. And so there's no point in maintaining the electric fence if I'm going to be taking it down. But I have to start my truck manually. Otherwise, I'm going to kill my truck battery, because I'm running the electric fence off my truck battery by doing this. So yeah, right here, I'm trying to keep this going with booster cables to my truck, but I want to use the alternator because I don't want to kill my truck battery. So I keep having to come back and forth to my truck to restart it, because it keeps turning off automatically. What a hassle. And Nemo said, and here's the curious pigs right here. Hi, pigs. Nemo says, I think he just wanted to say sorry to hear the Canadian accent. Matthew says, some Canadians say sorry instead of sorry. Sorry? Sorry? I say sorry. Is that right or wrong? Sorry. I'm sorry. Is that right or wrong? Hi, pigs. Hey, big guy. Hello. You can't eat my fingers, okay? Nope. You can't chew on my hands. The pigs are probably a little hungry right now. I've been putting all their food in the trailer, and I haven't been feeding them as much because I'm trying to keep them a little bit hungry, because I want them going into the trailer. I want them to get used to going into the trailer for all their food. So that's what they're kind of doing right now. That one's going in because we got to put them in here tonight. So that one's going in. Good boy. And so we just need the others to follow. That's right, big guy. Hi, there's food in there. Hey, big guy. Hi, piggy. Yeah, that's right. Good boy. Good boy. Here comes another. So yeah, we've been putting all the food in here to get them to come in here. Oh. But since they go to the butcher tomorrow morning, we got to get them in the trailer tonight. So we want them to be a little hungry so that they're food motivated, so they have a reason to go in. And Matthew says, wrong. It's so sorry, not sorry. Not sorry. But you do you, it's all good. For me, you can continue to say it like that. I don't think I say sorry wrong. I think I say sorry, right? I like to think I have a pretty neutral accent, especially when I'm really focusing on all of my words, when I really focus on talking like a true Canadian and I pronunciate everything to its fullest, I feel like I don't have an accent. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I come off as a country boy. But yeah, for the most part, neutral accent. Did I bring my coffee mug out here, guys? Did I lose my coffee mug? Or did I leave it in the house? I'm wanting coffee and I don't know what I did with my mug. Let's check. We left it inside. Let's go back in. Hi, Lily. Lily. Hello. Head scratches for Lily. Nemo, I did leave it inside. Don't mind some of the mess. My, kids. 5 kids. Crazy house. Anyway, we're back. We're back inside. We're going to stand by the phone charger again because the battery's about to die again. There we go. We're back. Cheers. It's still hot. So yeah, anyway, anyone have anything else they want to talk about? Any questions, any concerns, any plans for the weekend? Anything? When I was in engineering university, I had a professor, I believe he was Portuguese, and he always ended every class, whether it was a Monday or a Friday. Anyone have any questions, concerns, plans for the weekend? Okay, no? Bye-bye. He was a fantastic teacher, but he ended every single class that way. Matthew says, guys, comment, like, subscribe. It costs nothing and it helps out the channel. You don't need to necessarily do a super chat to help the channel. Thank you, Matthew. We are at 50 likes on this live stream. We've had a $30 Canadian donation, and we've had a good chat with you guys. How is your wild game? What fish are around you? So that's kind of a two-part question. For wild game hunting, we have whitetail deer. I harvested 2 last fall. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to hunt this fall because spinal surgery. So I just had my back surgery, and so I'm not able to do any hunting this year. Normally, I'm hunting for deer, ducks, wild rabbits, wild hares, and grouse. We've got 3 different type of grouse up here, birds, partridge. So that's normally the wild game we hunt for. You can hunt for caribou, you can hunt for moose. I generally don't. I stick to white-tailed deer. And then for fishing, we have, in this particular lake that I have muskellunge, northern pike, walleye, crappie, smallmouth bass, perch. 6 different types of fish. Oh, and suckerfish. So 7 different types of fish. All fantastic freshwater fish. The muskellunge is a crazy fish. If you don't know what it is, it's like a freshwater crocodile. The things grow like 6-7 feet long. They're really fun to catch, really hard to catch. People will travel from all over the place up to my area just to try to catch a muskellunge. They're a fantastic fish, insane to catch. I have a creek that runs near my house where the suckerfish will run through it. So far, I am 0 for 2 years in a row. I try to go down there and find them and net them. You're allowed to net them, no limit. And suckerfish are big, like they're big fish, but they're considered bait fish. But you can actually pressure can them and they taste fantastic. So I've been trying the last 2 years and I have not found them. The water's either been too high or too low and they haven't ran through the last 2 years. But I've been trying. And Nemo says, that sounds like sturgeon. That's exactly how I would describe it. Sturgeon, I would describe as dinosaurs. Sturgeon, I would say those are the Loch Ness Monster. That's a dinosaur. I don't have sturgeon in this lake, but I have muskellunge. And as Matthew says, muscanonge, you need to say the E like you say hey, muscanonge. Muscanonge. In English, it's muskellunge. Muskellunge with an L. Muskellunge, or just musky. In French, it's muscanonge. Muscanonge. I've never caught a muskie myself, but my son, when he was 6, I took him out fishing and he caught a like 38-inch muskie. So over 3 feet long. It was as big and heavy as he was. It was. I got some pictures with it. There's actually rules up here where if they're smaller than 5 feet, you have to throw them back. So it wasn't a keeper, but it was an impressive fish that was fun for him to catch and release. They're wild. They get big. Like I said, a keeper is like 5 feet long. It's an insane fish. But they're right in this lake right out here. The nice thing is, one second. One second, I got to respond to a text quick. Sorry, I'm back. Just a quick work text. But the nice thing about northern pike and muskellunge is that they don't attack people. I've never heard of an actual case of someone getting attacked. I've heard of people getting bit by them, but that's usually when they catch them and they're trying to get them out of the net. But I've never have I heard of anyone swimming and getting attacked by them. I actually have a YouTube short on here. I really should go through and edit some of my fishing videos, but I caught a walleye that was being eaten by a northern pike. And what happens is the northern pike and the muskie, their teeth are actually serrated backwards. So in their mouth, their teeth are actually angled back. So when they bite a fish, the fish can't pull away. And so they just slowly eat them down. Now, I had caught a walleye that was being eaten by a pike. And because I was reeling it in, the pike couldn't let go. And so then I was able to net both of them. So I caught a pike that was eating a walleye. It's an awesome little video. It's one of my YouTube shorts, but it's fantastic. 10 out of 10 content. I love that. A lot of fun to catch that. I was using a GoPro on my head. And Elizabeth says, since you showed your Yeti mug on your stream, will they maybe sponsor you? Oh, what just happened? I missed whatever that was. Quinn Samuels got timed out. I doubt Yeti will sponsor me, but maybe one day. Typically on YouTube, you don't start getting into sponsor territory until you're around 20,000 subscribers. Right now, we're sitting at just under 2,000 subscribers. Thanks, Matthew. I missed whatever it was until you timed them out. Oh, I guess I can click it. I can click view. Ah, Quinn is just saying oink, 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 oink. Quack. And buck, buck. Quinn is trying to catch up on his animal noises. Quinn normally comes in here giving us the oinks and the woofs and the bucks. Quinn, try to space them out a little bit. And Elizabeth says, you will get there. Well, with your help, watching and hanging out with us, and I appreciate you. Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm sure we will get there. So this year alone, 2025, we've gone from like 400 subscribers all the way up to close to 2,000. I'd like to get to 2,500 by the end of the year. And I think we will get there. We've been putting out the content. We've been live streaming. I think we've made so far on YouTube. All good, Quinn. I think so far on YouTube, we have made $100, $105. I think we're around $105 so far. We have put over 300 videos, and we made $100. So cheers to YouTube. But it's about the fun. It's about the journey. It's not about the destination. I have no aspirations to be the next Jake Paul. I'm just out here having fun, socializing with you guys. And it's really fun that a hobby, live streaming, like I could be sitting here watching TV right now. But the fact that I'm out here socializing with you guys and having a good time and sharing the homestead life and hanging out with the animals, and we've made $30 doing it so far today, that's a lot of fun. I really, really like that. It's a lot of fun. And so I appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining me on this journey. And if you haven't already, double click the screen to give the stream a thumbs up. So, anyone else have anything they want to talk about? Any questions, any concerns, any plans for the weekend? Anyone? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Matthew says, minus 30% for YouTube. Yeah, they take their 30% cut. But, whatever. See, I don't even get mad about that. So some people try to get their donations more through other sources. I do have a Ko-Fi. I've made some money through Ko-Fi. I've got a Patreon, although I haven't advertised that as anything for money. Guys, if you want to carry on the chat in more like a text group, I have a free group chat on Patreon. So you can come check out if you click on my name, you'll go into my description. You can find my link right to my Patreon. You can also find it through my website. But over there, I have a free chat group where you guys can chat. You can send pictures. You can ask me questions even when we're not live streaming. So it's just a fun spot that you guys can go that we can continue to grow the community and hang out. So I encourage you guys to check that out. But I can't really get mad at YouTube for taking 30%. On ad revenue, they take closer to 50%. I think it's 40. I think it's 40%. I'm not mad at them for that though, because without YouTube, I wouldn't have an audience. I wouldn't see you guys. We wouldn't be having these conversations. I wouldn't have a platform. They deserve every dollar they take. I mean, as much as I've put 300 videos on YouTube and haven't made a lot of money, they have stored and promoted 300 of my videos for free. So it's like it's a give take. I'm all pro YouTube, taking whatever they decide their cut is. The tricky thing is when people donate through Apple or Android, particularly Apple takes their cut as well. And so you'll lose like another 20% off of that. But whatever, man, that's the ecosystem. And again, we're not out here doing this to get rich. The fact that we were able to buy some coffee using YouTube money, kudos to that. What I am doing, just so that everyone's aware, is every time I receive a donation, I have a spot on my website, mywildlife.ca, where I put the username or YouTube channel of the person who donated, as well as the amount. Well, I don't put the amount, but I do add the amount to my total raised on YouTube, because I like to keep track of how much we've earned on YouTube, setting it aside, because we use that money going back into our homestead. So we'll be saving up for a donkey. We'll be getting a donkey in the spring. That'll be around $2,000. And so it's just kind of fun to keep track and say, hey, we made $400 towards our donkey just from doing YouTube. I think that's a fun thing. And Nemo's, Elizabeth says, they recognize you do good content. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Nemo says, how do you handle watering? Do you auto-fill systems or more manual? So in the homestead, I have an automatic waterer that I plumbed to my well. So last fall, I had to rip out all the water lines. Like I said, this was a seasonal camp that I converted to a full-time homestead. So the water lines were not buried very deep, so they would freeze, which is a pain when you live at a place where your pipes freeze. So I had to trench out the whole yard. I ripped out all the old water lines. I redid all the water lines. I had to dig them down 7 feet deep so that they wouldn't freeze. And when I was doing all that work, I installed a automatic waterer. It's basically a unit with like a toilet float ball. And I've got that set so that that's always full. And so the animals always have access to water. It's heated and I ran insulation around it so that it's insulated and heated for the animals for the winter. So they have my big animals, my goats and my cows have 24-hour access to that. Then what I do for the chickens and the ducks is I just use a hand pump. I pump from there into buckets in the winter. I pump from there into buckets and then just pour the buckets into the chickens and ducks water. During the spring, summer, fall, I just run a garden hose. I run a garden hose out to the pigs, ducks, and rabbits and chickens. Otherwise, I got to do it by hand. The animals, I've got access to water for the big animals. Then I do the rest of the animals by hand from that water. It's a lot of work. There are times when we get minus 40, minus 45 degree weather out here. Like it gets super cold where that heated water will freeze. I got to get it in there with a heat gun and thaw it out. Ton of work. But it is what it is. That's just life out here, up here in northern Canada. In the lake, I don't really use the lake water. I use the lake water for the gardens. I don't use it for the animal because I just use the well and I don't have any well issues. I've never ran out of water from my well. For the winter though, the ice freezes like 3 feet deep. And so you got to be augering the hole, trying to keep the hole thawed and then pumping up from there, draining your water lines. Really hard to draw water from the lake in the winter. Ibrahim says, do you have a problem with predators? In the fall, so starting in about another couple weeks, we generally get bears trying to come in from the north. So we do have to keep bears away. And then in the winter, when the lake is frozen, the wolves and coyotes try to come across the ice. So every once in a while, I got to let a warning shot out to try to scare a wolf pack away. Same with the coyotes. I got to scare them away. I've never had to shoot one, but I've had to shoot towards them to scare them away. So it is a thing. The foxes can be a lot more elusive because they're nocturnal. The foxes come out at night when I'm not awake. I rely on my dog to scare them away. The times we've had issues are when it's really cold and I let the dog in for the night. The foxes know the dog's not outside, and so they get a little bit braver. And Taz says, whoa, you're still at it? 251 minutes, guys. And Ibrahim says, do you have a system to collect rainwater? Not yet. On the barn, I do have all the, I got to reframe the backside of that roof, and then I can finish metal roofing it. I've been installing the metal roofing. Again, everything takes so much more time because I just had spinal surgery. I've had so many surgeries that I've been put out for, but I have all the eaves. I bought all the eaves and trough to collect rainwater. So that will be the plan. For the pigs, for sure. For next year, when I'm doing year-round pigs, I'm going to build a lean-to structure with eaves, and I'm going to run that into the pig's water bucket. So that right now I just run the garden hose out to it, but then I'll be able to collect the water. So it'll just, instead of having to fill the pig's water every second and third day in the rainy season, maybe once a week. So that should make life easier. Because I have the automatic waterer, I'm not really focused on it with the goats and cows. However, it would be nice to do it so that the well pump has to run less, so we're burning less electricity because we're off grid. So yeah, it's a good idea to add to it and keep doing it. Any other questions? I'm getting close to wrapping this up because it's been 250 minutes. I had spinal surgery 12 days ago. So I'm going to have to go lie down for 3 hours to recover from this. It has been a fantastic stream. I appreciate you guys. It's been a lot of fun. But for my health, I probably should end the stream. So, any last minute questions before I go? I'm going to give you guys 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Elizabeth, I appreciate you joining. Taz, Ibrahim, Nemo, Matthew, everyone, thank you for joining. Thank you for sticking around. I'm going to go lie down. I think I'm going to go binge watch some. I've been watching The Wheel of Time on Amazon. I read those books when I was, it probably from when I was 14 till I was 28. I read those books. Took a long time because they get a little dry, and I'd read a book and then I'd put it down for a year, then I'd read a book. But I read through the entire Wheel of Time series as a younger teen and adult, and I finally started watching the show since I've been resting more. I don't normally watch TV because I'd rather make content with you guys and just hang out, but I finally got around to watching it, so I'm enjoying it because I read the books. Yeah, The Wheel of Time on Amazon Prime, that's what I'll be watching. You guys take care. Thank you for joining. It's been a lot of fun, and as always, God bless. Take care. I appreciate